Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, get your cocktails ready because this is the mic check before the show. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. It's time to get the show going, ladies and gentlemen, but first, a word from our sponsor.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am the Old Humble Guy, Joe Brita. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company, and you are in my tasting room, and I have to ask, have you tried my delicious whiskey? Because if not, I've got a treat for you today, because we have 4 award-winning Texas whiskeys for you to try. First off is our straight whiskey, 90% corn, 10% malt, aged 5 years and used, bottled at 90 proof. Next to it is our special reserve. We take a portion of the straight whiskey and put it back in new barrels to age it a second time. Gives it a little bit deeper color, a little bit darker flavor, a little bit oakier, smokier finish. Third on the list is our Boomtown Bourbon, our flagship bourbon, the first bourbon we've ever made. A true Texas small batch craft bourbon made in 50-gallon batches and aged in 5-gallon barrels. And finally, our double oak rye, a true Texas rye sourced with grains from the Texas Panhandle, aged staves to balance out that high rye flavor and give it a nice, clean, smooth finish. 4 award-winning Texas whiskeys, all available right here at the Old Humble Distilling Company and in finer liquor stores near you. Plus, you can go online, oldhumbledistilling.com. Go to shop online, and you can order yourself up a bottle there in 46 states across the country. Treat yourself to something nice. Treat yourself to something from Old Humble Distilling Company. Cheers, and happy drinking.
Get your bottle today, indeed. We've got an extra screen on the screen. Let's get rid of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, welcome to the Old Humble Distilling Company Happy Hour, live from the Pandemic Studio, where I am currently located. Thank you for tuning in. This is our 253rd show. Cheers to everyone in chat, including Mr. Mom 310 in Northeast Oklahoma, and Sunflowers, who's already gotten in, and I think, I know John Longshanks is always out there, so I'll say cheers to him too, since I know he's there, even if he hasn't said anything. Because he's always monitoring the show from behind the scenes and shoots me texts and shoots me messages to make sure everything's going okay. And sometimes he's good at it, sometimes he's bad at it. Most of the time he's invisible and it doesn't really matter. But he also gets me that one extra view for the time, for the duration of the show, and I do appreciate that from him. I am the Old Humble Guy, owner and operator of the Old Humble Distilling Company in Humble, Texas, where I have owned my distillery since 2015. We have been operating since 2012. I've been the owner operator since 2015. We are in our current location since 2020, and our tasting room has been open since 2023. You're welcome to come out and visit us every day of the week from Tuesday through Saturday. So not every day of the week, 5 days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday from 3 to 9 p.m. We're open to the public, and you can have samples, cocktails, tours, the whole nine. Come on out and visit us. 19103 Continental Parkway, 19103 Continental Parkway, just like they said in the video just a minute ago, that handsome devil. So this is how the show works. It's a 1 hour happy hour, and then it's pretty much an open forum after that. We start at 10 o'clock. I endeavor to wrap the show up by, I wrap up the main part of it by 11, and then we just go until I run out of chat. I am monitoring the chat over here on my left side. And I'll watch the chat as you go through the chat. Now, here's the really cool thing about chat. You get into chat, you participate in the show. That's all I ask, is that you just join us in a conversation over whiskey. Because conversations over whiskey are far more interesting than conversations about whiskey. In fact, tonight I have several topics I'm going to talk about tonight. Our main topic is going to be a popular conspiracy that came and went about 5 years ago. Actually 9 years ago. It came on about 9 years ago, came back about 5 years ago, and then poof, went away. We're going to be talking about the Pizzagate conspiracy. One of the dumbest conspiracies that I've come across in my life. But we're not just going to be talking about that. I'm going to give you an update on the PRSC scam. Japan Ben. I'm not sure what I'm going to call this guy. I'm going to call him Marriott Ben. Because he says he's with the Marriott hotel in Japan, in Tokyo, but he's not. He's just a scammer. I'm going to give an update on that scam. And here's the thing. The way scams relate to conspiracies is not... they're very much complementary things. Just traditional plain old scams. Traditional plain old scams and... conspiracies, especially modern conspiracies, they're very much intertwined and very much related, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But here's the thing. You participate in the show, you get into the drawing on the Wheel of Doom and Glory. And what is the Wheel of Doom and Glory, you ask? That's a great question. The Wheel of Doom and Glory is that screen that was up here. Boom. The Wheel of Doom and Glory is that you get your name on the Wheel of Doom and Glory, and you get a chance to win the bottle of whiskey that I am giving away in tonight's show. So we have Sunflower. We have Mr. Mom. Mr. Mom, Sunflower. Who else is there? William Hall. Cheers, William Hall. And who's that? Mr. Mom. Okay, so there we go. So we got 3 names on the wheel. And if I put the wheel back up there it is. Your 3 names are on the wheel. At the end of the show, all the names on the wheel will have a chance to win a bottle of whiskey. We spin it 2 times because it's the Wheel of Doom and Glory. The first spin is for Doom. You get your name eliminated. The second spin is for Glory, and that's the person that takes home the bottle of whiskey. Now, you can get your name added onto the Wheel of Doom and Glory simply by participating in chat. Those of you who have already participated in chat, you're on the Wheel of Doom and Glory. Congratulations. But if you want to get your name on the wheel multiple times, that's going to cost you $1. Go to the super chats, drop a super chat, and then boom, you can be on the wheel as many times as you want. And if we raise $30 in chats tonight, I will give away a second bottle of our Double Oak Straight Rye. So there you go. There's a chance that we will give away 2 bottles of whiskey tonight. We're definitely giving away the one. And for every $1 super chat you give, you get on the wheel a second time. So you can definitely pad your chances to win. You can pad your chance to not get eliminated with the Doom. You can pad your chance to win just by throwing in a simple super chat. And supporting the channel, all the funds for the super chats, all the funds that the channel raises over the course of the year, this is a monetized channel, all the funds that the channel raises over the course of the year goes back to the channel for cameras, microphones, lighting. You can see the lighting is a lot better today than it had been in the past. I actually did some work to try and make the lighting nice. Microphones, lights, cameras, working on the studio, working on all the stuff. So I will monitor chat as the night goes through, add names to chat, etc., etc. at the distillery, exclusive items that we have at the distillery that you can get your hands on. We have our cast strength Black Cat Ridge Rye. I've got, I believe, 24 more pint-sized bottles of that, and when they are gone, they are gone. Well, that's when they're gone until I decide to make another batch. We have, I think, maybe 50 more labels. So, you know, they're not in regular production. They're not in regular circulation. They're certainly not in the stores. They're only available at the distillery. And I also have a special batch of our Boomtown bourbon, our lost barrel batch of Boomtown bourbon. I literally lost a barrel in the distillery last year around this time in November 2024. It was all of our bourbon barrels they're 5-gallon barrels. They're aged for 12 months in the 5-gallon barrel. I had one barrel that I misplaced. I literally misplaced this barrel. It was a lost barrel. I had drained all the barrels that we had for the month of November last year. Drained them all, got them ready for Christmas. Everything was set to go, and then, you know, we did our batches. I'd set aside a special batch for the Fort Bend Bourbon Society, and then I was moving all the barrels after they were all drained and set up and filtered. I was moving all the barrels over to the showroom, the tasting room, for them to be teed up for people to buy the barrels and take them home. And one barrel still had stuff in it. I had forgotten to drain the barrel. I literally lost the barrel. So I moved the barrel back to the rick house and aged it for an extra year. And we got a one single barrel of Boomtown straight bourbon whiskey. The first ever straight bourbon whiskey barrel that I've made with our Boomtown bourbon. And it was an experiment. I was kind of curious to see how it would work. It's a longer aged, oakier version of the same bourbon. But I only got 12 bottles out of it. Normally I get 36 bottles out of a barrel. I only got 12 bottles out of it. And here's the thing. It's not 3 times as good. It's a little bit better, but I don't think to my palate, to me personally, I don't think it's 3 times as good. So I can't sell this whiskey for $150, not in good conscience at least. So we've got 12 bottles of unique, one of a kind, extra rare, lost barrel Boomtown bourbon in the distillery, ready to go. When they're gone, they're gone. I may set aside another barrel from our next batch. Will be ready in May of 2026. But, you know, we lose so much of it to the Angels share. We lose so much to evaporation. We lose so much to the barrel. I don't know if I'm going to do this again with the 5-gallon barrels. We might do it with a 50-gallon barrel. Well, if we do it with a 50-gallon barrel, we're definitely going to have some straight Boomtown bourbon. But it's not going to be Boomtown bourbon because it's not going to be small batch aged in 5-gallon barrels made in 50-gallon batches. So get them while you can. This is a one of a kind, once in a lifetime type of opportunity to get a lost barrel edition of Boomtown bourbon. While supplies last, when they're gone, they're gone. Cheers. I am drinking tonight our Double Oak Straight Rye, and our first segment of the show. We're going to have a regular segment of the show going forward, where we called 50 States of Whiskey. We're going to have our 50 States of Whiskey, and do I have a screen for that? Let me look at my graphics over here real quick. Do I have a screen for 50 States of Whiskey? Let me look and see here. I think I might have a graphic for the 50 States of Whiskey. 50, let me look. 50 states. I think I might have a graphic for that. Let me look real quick. I thought I downloaded a graphic for the 50 States of Whiskey. Huh. That's not what I'm looking for. Maybe I don't. I thought I did. Well, I'm going to have a graphic for the next show. Let's try one more time. 50 United States of Whiskey, I think is what we called it. United State, ST. This is one of the cool things about live videos. ATES, United States of Whiskey. No. Let's look in the happy hour. My happy hour thumbnails. Maybe I have it in here. United States of Whiskey. Nope, I guess not. I don't have a graphic for that. All right, well, I did make a graphic. I just don't have it downloaded. Wow, chat is popping. I'm going to be here all night watching chat. I'm just watching it. I'm watching it just slide through over here on my screen over here. This is kind of funny. Do I see Miss Vanessa Kitty's in the house? Cheers, Vanessa Kitty. And Top Shelf Dustin's in the house. Cheers, Dustin. Who else is here? So for real, chat is going to go all night long. I run chat until I run out of things to talk about and people to talk to. And when I get to the end of chat, and I tend to run 30 minutes, 45 minutes behind on chat. But I will catch up. I will address every single comment in chat. Promise that. And if you have something specific to say and you put it in a super chat, it will go to the front of the line. Because that is actually the primary thing that I am monitoring on my left right here. So it pops up on my screen when I see the super chat. And of course, that brings you to the front of the line, but that puts your name on the wheel of doom and glory for as many chats dollars that you send my way. And thank you very much for your support, as always. So let's get on with the show. With the very first segment of the show, do I usually do a little break? Do I do a little pause between the introduction? We've done the introduction. Where are we at? About 15 minutes into the show? Yeah, 19 minutes into the show. Damn, I need to get like a clock on my screen so I can like see it, not this little teeny tiny thing over here. But yeah, let's do a quick, actually I didn't want to pour my drink just yet. Do I have a clean glass? That's not a clean glass. I have all these glasses over here in my, but they're all dirty. I don't have any clean glasses. Oh well. Well, we'll just go, we'll go straight to it. We'll go, the 50 States of Whiskey segment, in 3, 2, 1. What are we doing next?
50 States of Whiskey. 50 States of Whiskey.
That's right.
50 States of Whiskey. Let's all have a drink.
There we go. Let's all have a drink, guys. Cheers. All right. So the first state that we're doing in the 50 States of Whiskey is Alabama. We're going in order. Alabama. And now this distillery, this is the box that the whiskey was sent to me. This distillery, as I said, this distillery is in Alabama. I'm unboxing it now. I haven't even opened the box. Here's the container, and here is the whiskey. I talked all about it on the last show, so if you want to know, oh goodness, here it is. This is the packaging that it comes in. Where's my pocket knife? It's somewhere around here. I had it. There's my bell. Where's my pocket knife? There it is. This is my trusty Copperfield pocket knife. Copperfield? I think it was Copperfield. It might be Copperhead. There we go. All right. The bottle is unsealed. Now let's find out some more information about this whiskey. This is the Purveyor's Series Double Oak Bourbon. From the John Emerald Distilling Company. There's the label. Let's see here. Get it so it's not quite washed out. Can we put that on Still Store, Cambot? That's a different show. There's the label. It says on the back, bottled and aged by John Emerald Distilling Company. All right, let's get a taste of it. Let's get a taste of this delicious. All right, so here's the point. The whole point of the 50 States of Whiskey segment. I do not win. There's a prominent YouTuber that I'm not going to name names. Y'all know who he is. There's a prominent YouTuber who will go around and do whiskey hunting. he'll go around and do whiskey hunting. He's a prominent YouTuber. A few years ago, he went from practically nothing to a big fat channel. And he goes around and he will travel the country and go whiskey hunting in other states. And I watched a video of him in a state that has the most distilleries of any state outside of Tennessee and Kentucky. Tennessee and Kentucky are 1 and 2. This state has the 3rd most distilleries in the country. And he goes to that state and he's hunting whiskey in that state. And he goes into some liquor stores in that great state, in a city in the central part of that great state, in a city which has at least 5 distilleries in it. At least 5. And I know it probably has more like 10 or 12 because it's a city it's a big city. I mean, we're not talking a small little podunk backwater town. This is a big, big city. Lots of history in this big city, in the central part of this particular state that has the 3rd most distilleries in it in the entire country of the United States of America. And he goes in and he starts shopping for Kentucky whiskey. You go to a state that has a growing industry with its own taste, its own flavor, its own style, its own indigenous industry, and you go shopping for Kentucky whiskey. And you think he left with a bottle of Old Forester and a couple of other Kentucky factory whiskeys. This is like going to Paris and eating McDonald's. Why are you doing this? What is the point of going bourbon hunting when all you're doing is getting the same generic slop that you can get at home? What is the point of that? Why go somewhere unique, somewhere new, somewhere interesting, and just eat grilled cheese sandwiches? Doesn't make any damn sense. Doesn't make any damn sense. So what I want to do with the 50 states of whiskey, the United States of whiskey, whatever I'm calling this segment, whatever I'm calling this segment. Oh, there's there's the theme again. I've got a soundboard on my computer now, so I can do this all night long. So what I'm trying to do, thank you. What I'm trying to do is find new and unusual whiskeys, one craft whiskey from every state that I can't find at home. Find one craft whiskey from every state. This is a distillery from the north part of Alabama. Craft whiskey. They're distributed, but they're distributed in a small area. They're not distributed all across the United States. It's hard to find them. You have to go seek them out. Small batch craft whiskey that you can't normally find. So we're going to find out how John Emerald Distilling's Purveyor's Series Double Oak Bourbon tastes. So here we go. We're pouring a shot of the Double Oak Bourbon. Their website is johnemeralddistilling.com. Cheers to you fine folks. Let's find out what this tastes like. Ooh. It's got a nice smooth entry. It's got a lot of that alcohol-y, spicy bits. What is the proof of this? 45% alcohol by volume. Yeah, 45% ABV. So it's the same proof as my whiskey. This is good stuff. It doesn't have a heavy aftertaste. It has a nice, rich, meaty type of it has a thick flavor to it. I like it. I like this. This is some good stuff. It was about $60 for the bottle. Delivery was, I think that 60. I think I might have spent $75 total. I bought it like 3 weeks ago, so I can't remember. But that's the other part. That's the other part of what this revenue for this channel is going to go to. It's going to go to buying 50 bottles of whiskey from 50 different states. Alaska does not deliver to the lower 48. So Our next state is going to be Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Arizona, Arizona. Arizona is going to be the next state. Yeah, Alabama, Arkansas, Arizona, or Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas. Then we're going to move into the next letter. So there you go. John Emerald Distilling. That is Alabama, and it is a winner chicken dinner. I'm going to have to come up with like a rating scale for this. Some kind of good, bad, ugly type of thing. It has a nice simple bottle. I like everything about this. It's a nice simple bottle. It's a nice simple label. It's got a wood cork top. It's not available in stores in Houston. It is hard to find, hard to get your hands on, and it tastes fucking good. We could knock this out in a night. You, me, and a couple of buddies could knock this out in a night. This is an easy drinking bourbon. I like this. I like this better than any generic Kentucky schlock that I've ever had. So cheers to John Emerald Distilling. Y'all done good. Y'all done real good. Y'all done real good. And going forward, I'm going to try to have my shit together. It's a really yummy whiskey. Good job, John Emerald Distilling. I'm proud of you guys. Craft Distillers Unite, brothers. Craft Distillers Unite. Thank you. And I'm buying these whiskeys also, by the way. I'm not asking them to send me free bottles. I mean, I understand the struggle for a small craft distiller. JohnEmeraldDistilling.com. You can find them online. You can have it delivered to your door. It goes through the service of Tipsy, Tipxy. I go through, I use a different service for my deliveries. They go through Tipsy, Tipxy. And it can be delivered right to your door. And I believe they can deliver to all of the continental United States. So there you go. Cheers, everyone. That is the first segment of the show, and I will come right back with the next one. Let's go get our drinks. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am the Old Humble Guy, Joe Brita. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company, and you are in my tasting room, and I have to ask, have you tried my delicious whiskey? Because if not, I've got a treat for you today, because we have 4 award-winning Texas whiskeys for you to try. First off is our straight whiskey, 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels and bottled at 90 proof. Next to it is our special reserve. We take a portion of the straight whiskey and put it back in new barrels, age it a second time. Gives it a little bit deeper color, a little bit darker flavor. A little bit your smoke, your finish. Third on the list is our Boomtown Bourbon, our flagship bourbon, the first bourbon we've ever made. A true Texas small batch craft bourbon made in 50-gallon batches and aged in 5-gallon barrels. And finally, our double oak rye, a true Texas rye sourced with grains from the Texas Panhandle, aged with extra oak staves to balance out that high rye flavor, and give it a nice, clean, smooth finish. 4 award-winning Texas whiskeys, all available right here at the Old Humble Distilling Company and in finer liquor stores near you. Plus, you can go online at oldhumbledistilling.com. Go to shop online, and you can order yourself up a bottle there in 46
All right, I'm cutting that off because sorry, I'm gonna kind of go blind over here. I'm cutting that off because the stream was getting a little bit choppy. It looked from my end. I might be. I was doing stuff over here, so I think the video was getting a little bit choppy. Uh, I was watching the playback here get a little choppy, so I didn't want that to keep going. Oh, I also want to give a shout out to Google Chrome, who was the advertiser on the stream when I started my stream at the beginning, at least for me. I also want to give a shout out to Paul Dunecat, Top Shelf Dustin, and Vanessa Kitty, who have all gotten on the wheel of doom and glory one time. So we've got Sunflower, Mr. Mom in Oklahoma, William Hall, Top Shelf Dustin, Vanessa Kitty, and Paul Dunecat. If I've left your name off and you've gotten into chat, let me know, because the first spin is for Doom, the second spin is for Glory, and I want to make sure that everybody has a chance at both. Well, everybody has a chance at Doom. One person does not get a chance at Glory. All right. Where are we going next? Oh, I know what we're going to do next. This is the segment of the show where we talk about the main topics, and I've got a sound for that. It's a segment I like to call Let's Talk About. And tonight we're going to be talking about several things. But for the first part of what we're going to talk about is catching up on the PRSC scam. So for those of you who were here a few weeks ago, I was updating you on the scam that these guys tried to run me through a scam last year. The People's Republic Source Corporation. You can go to last week's show. I talk about it extensively of what they did. Basically, the anatomy of the scam is pretty much common. They dangle a big contract in front of you, make you jump through a couple of hoops to qualify for the contract, and then just as everything's about ready to get consummated, they yank the rug out from under you, and in order to complete the contract, you've got to send them $4,000. Classic scam, piece of shit, dirtbag, scumbag assholes. Max Augustini, Bianca Yang, I think her last name was Yang, Joanna Hong. These are people who are Chinese. Max was based in Houston for a while. I think he's based in, they say they're based in Dubai. I'm pretty sure he's based in Houston. He may be based in Florida now because the LLC that he was operating through in Houston was closed and moved out to Florida. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a scam. They're scammers. They're dirtbag. They're pieces of shit. So a year after the fact, I started blocking their emails. They keep contacting me. They keep bugging me, trying to get me to go into a payment plan to just send them some fucking money. And I keep telling them, I'm not going to send you any money because basically the way the contract was constructed, and this is how stupid they are. The way the contract was originally constructed is they would pay for the product in full, and then out of the proceeds of that would be paid whatever licensing fees or whatever needed to be done. Which, is already a red flag. Like, they're going to pay $2 million up front before I even deliver the goods. That's just not how anything works anywhere ever. And that's not how any export deal has ever worked, ever. They send you send them an invoice when the product is ready. They send you the money, you send them the goods. That's how it works. They don't send you the money and then you produce the product. That's just not, that's not the way it works. But anyway, since that time, I've started blocking all their emails and just not communicating with them. I've gone public with what they've done. I've posted on LinkedIn about their company, about the people, about what they've done, about what they're doing, about how it is. Invited anybody who is interested to contact me. This is one of the ways that they build their legitimacy is they put down a LinkedIn profile. They follow a bunch of people. They get a bunch of people to follow them back. They build this presence to make it look like they're legitimate. In LinkedIn, they use WhatsApp. Medium is another format that they use. Anyway, the update that I have for this long-running scam is They bombed my Yelp and Google reviews because I quit being nice, and I blocked their emails. So they bombed my Google reviews. They bombed my Yelp reviews. I got all their fake reviews removed. So that's not an issue. But they bombed my Google reviews. I got those removed. And then they told Yelp that my business was closed. So I had to go back to Yelp and say, hey, my business isn't closed. Get that reversed. My business was closed for 3 days on Yelp. That sucked. And then finally, the last thing is that they went to Medium. Max went to Medium under a fake name, James, which is whatever, and said I was blackmailing him because I was not going, because I wanted them to send me the money in the contract. So apparently I'm committing blackmail by telling them to pay me the fucking money that they owe me if they want to continue to do business or continue to interact with me or continue to do anything with me. But that's the last update, as far as I know, the last update that I've got for PRSC. I have no legal recourse yet because they haven't officially committed. I haven't lost any money to them. I haven't lost any reputation to them. One person has read the Medium article. It might've been me, that they posted about the blackmail, and it wasn't very good. Anyway, if you are an exporter, do not use PRSCC. PRSC. They are a garbage group of human beings. But while I was preparing the show 3 weeks ago about PRSC and talking about scams and the anatomy of a scam and how scams work, I got an email from a dude named Ben Olivares, claiming to be seeking whiskey to import to Japan. This is a familiar scam already, right? A familiar bones of a scam. And this isn't the first time this has happened. This is like the 5th time this idiot has contacted me with the same fucking scam. And I've called him on it every single time. Says that he runs a restaurant at this hotel in Japan. You call the hotel in Japan, you get in touch with the restaurant. They have no idea who this person is. He wants you to, he says, I want this many cases of this many bottles, of this many labels, and contact this company for import, for delivery, because I've had problems with UPS or FedEx or whatever. Gives you some load of bullshit. Anyway, the whole point is that you tell them, okay, we'll send you the product. They'll send you the money. Then the import-export company says, we're going to send you extra money. This is how this scam goes down. We're going to send you extra money, and then you send that extra money back to us in order to do whatever logistics that need to be done, to pay the people on the docks, to pay the bill, blah, 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 to have the cash stuff work, because we're over here, you're over there. That's how this scam works out. And, as the seller, I'm thinking, okay, cool. I keep an extra 10% because you're asking me to do this cash stuff and blah, 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 blah. But what ends up happening is what they send you is a wire transfer from Western Union, and then they recall that wire after you send them the excess funds. So they send you, let's say, $10,000. You send them the $3,000 back, and then they pull that money back. The $7,000, like all $10,000, they pull it back, and then you're out $3,000. That's how this scam works. And now, all of this is a preface to conspiracy theories on the web today. Old Humble Guy, how do you go from scams to conspiracy theories? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So let's talk about that. Shall we? Where's my there it is. Let's talk about how scams are related to conspiracy theories. Because what it boils down to is a scam is basically some dirtbag trying to get you to give them money, to be interested enough in their stupid bullshit story that you give them money, right? Now, in the modern era, it's not so much an issue. Conspiracy theories aren't so much this fringy nonsense ideologically weird, wacky subset of nonsense. Back in the day, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, conspiracy theories were relegated to fringe information sects, self-published books, newsletters, pamphlets, things like that. Like, you had to print up your conspiracy theory and you had to hand it out to people. You had to print up the book, put it in a paperback, and sell it to people one person at a time. That's how it used to have to be done. But today, conspiracy theories get delivered to you by the algorithm. There are companies that make money off of this nonsense. And if it were in the 60s, and the 9/11 attacks happened, the loose change people would get no traction whatsoever. But because the algorithm keeps pushing this crap and bullshit and nonsense on people, you have people walking around breathing oxygen with the rest of us who believe this crap and act like it's real and act like it's true, and they think that it's a legitimate theory and a legitimate airing of facts, when the reality is that it's just not. It's parceled out and cherry-picked data in order to make it look like it's legitimate. But the algorithm keeps feeding it to you, and it keeps feeding it to you, and it keeps feeding it to you because you looked up what the magic bullet theory is on the JFK assassination. So that means, oh, well, maybe this guy's interested in this sort of stuff. And then from that little nugget of knowledge, that little nugget of curiosity, you go all the way down this rabbit hole to flat Earth, Sandy Hook, crisis actors, 9/11 truthers, and the Pizzagate nonsense. So what is Pizzagate? Well, Pizzagate was this, it started out as this tweet in October 30th, 2016. And forgive me if this sounds a little chopped, because I'm going from memory here. I don't have any notes. Here's my hands. I don't have any notes around me. I'm going from memory on this. So back in October 30, 2016, someone posts something up on Twitter about a child sex ring that's trading kids through basements of pizzerias or something like that. And Hillary Clinton's connected to it. John Podesta's connected to it. A bunch of bigwig mucky muck Democrats are connected to it. And they're trading kids in basements of pizzerias. Pure bullshit and nonsense. All right? So I see chat over here on my left. But it's pure unadulterated bullshit and nonsense. But the algorithm helps this catch fire, and it helps it grow. It helps it continue. It gets spread through 4chan, 8chan, QAnon channels, all this nonsense. Like, this is the early nexus of QAnon conspiracy bullshit. You remember Wayfair conspiracies during the 2020s. During the year of 2020, if I'm not mistaken, during the pandemic. Anyway, but Pizzagate was specifically using Italian terms as code words for sex acts and molestation and child predation and all this stuff. And people took this and they stretched it out. And it was seen as, when they said pasta, they were really talking about sex. When they were talking about pizzas, they were talking about kids. When they were talking about all this stuff, and it basically amounted to extrapolating out all this information from one leaked email through WikiLeaks. And I said this once before in a different forum, in a different circumstance, that there absolutely should be, in these online forums, there absolutely should be community standards where nonsense and bullshit like this are policed, where at least you're not making money off of it, because these people push this stuff and and they get and they make money off of basically convincing lackwits that this stuff is real. And then you have people walking around giving long-winded expositories about these stupid conspiracy bullshit that you end up having people literally go to a pizza place. This dude went to Comet Pizza in New York City with a gun and shot the lock off of a back room because he thought that back room was locked up because that's where they kept the kids. Like, there was a time when this stuff wasn't dangerous, but there was also a time where you didn't have the algorithm feeding people this nonsense. And that's how this stuff is connected to scams. Like, it is straight up a scam where they are telling you lies. They are telling you lies. They're engaging you with bullshit and nonsense in order to make money off of it. They want you to be engaged. They want your engagement. They want your eyeballs. They want you seeking out what happened to the third plane. What happened to the fourth plane? Where do the people go off the planes? They want you going and seeking this out because they get a penny for every 1,000 views, or a nickel for every 10,000 views. So whatever the algorithm feeds them the money back, whatever the Alphabet makes money off of it, Meta makes money off of it, Twitter X now makes money off of it. They're all making money off of this, and they're using irresponsible practices to get you, the consuming public, to buy into this nonsense and bullshit. And what's worse is it hampers your ability to discern between true and false. And you know, these people, I call them lackwits, but they're not all they're good. Most of them, I believe, are probably good, honest, decent people with functioning brains, but they're so willing to believe nonsense and bullshit because whatever else in their life isn't working well. I don't know what causes them to be short-circuited, but they're miserable in their job, so they think, obviously, I'm not successful because of this cabal of rich people who are holding me down. Like, yes, the world is rigged against you. That is true. But it's not because there's a wide-ranging conspiracy to fuck you, Dave. There's a wide-ranging conspiracy to fuck all of us. And it's not really conspiracy. It's like happening right out in the open. But these people are spending a tremendous amount of money to convince you that it's not happening. And that you shouldn't believe the things that you see. And then you go out and say, well, if we raise taxes on the billionaires, then they'll just leave New York City. Because that's what the billionaires have told you to believe. Now, we're going to get into class warfare if I keep going. But that's that's how scams work, though. Scams work by telling you, oh, if you just do this one thing, you'll become rich. Just give us $4,000 and we'll give you your $2 million contract. Just give us a 2% tax cut, a 3% tax cut, a 10% tax cut. Just pay for your own child care and then you'll become rich. Why would you tax us to get your child care paid for? Just pay for your own health care and then you'll get rich. Why should we pay for your health care? We'll give you jobs and make you wealthy. Nobody ever got, well, there are plenty of people who got wealthy from jobs, but nobody ever got rich from a job. You got rich by convincing other people to work for you. That's how it works. Anyway, that's what we're... That's, God damn it. Okay. That's the end of this segment, which I call, Let's Talk About It. Let's talk about, in this case, it was scams and how scams relate to conspiracy theories. And no, Independent Joe, I'm not saying there's good people on both sides. Jesus. Anyway, let's take a quick intermission. I'm going to go use the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, time to end intermission and move on to the next segment of the show. We need to put Independent Joe on. I know y'all can hear me. Put Independent Joe there on the Wheel of Doom and Glory. And now it's time to go back. The live happy hour, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. It's me again. We're back. We're live. I'm going to open up the chat. We are now it is time of the segment of the show where I need to get a audio file for this segment of the show. Old Humble After Dark. Old Humble After Overnight. Old Humble Out Overnight? Yeah, this is the Old Humble Overnight where we literally talk about whatever. It's open forum, baby. In fact, that should be the, maybe that should be the, like, open forum, baby. It's open forum, baby. It's time to talk. You go, girl. Go get it, girl. Get it, girl. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was fun. I like getting this shit off my chest. You know, we've got a lot of stuff that's been in the news. I mean, we need to have a current events section of the show. I need to do that. I need to add that in. Okay. So add in current events. I did a current event section last time. We talked about that stupid TwitchCon stuff. Did I talk about the TwitchCon stuff last time? I can't remember. Current events. Need to add a current events, stuff that's happened in the last. I'm not doing the show like every week, so I can't really do. Oops. All right, so my microphone is attached to the same thing as my camera. It's attached to the camera's tripod, so I can't like move the microphone without moving the camera. That's fine. I was going to adjust the camera, but I think it's in the right spot now. I think I'd moved. Anyway, so I need to add a current events section. Last time I did the show, we were celebrating 2.5 views on the channel. 2.5 million views on the channel. I find that to be insane. My next big milestone isn't going to be with views. It's going to be getting past 5,000 subscribers. And then going, and I'd like to bust the 10,000 mark, but I know I don't get a trophy. I don't get a YouTube trophy unless we break 100,000, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all can correct me in chat if I am wrong about that. Why don't you look it up and let me know? I mean, current events that's happened last week. I mean, it's all been about. I mean, geez, we had the blue wave. It's not really a blue. It's kind of like it's the blue precursor. Is that? Could you even call it that? The election back in November, beginning of November. It was a big deal. It really was a big election. I worked the elections here in Texas, in Houston, and it was like all the amendments to our Constitution passed here in Texas. But elsewhere, where there were like important elections, you had the Prop 50 passed in California. You had the House of Representatives, I think, in Mississippi flipped a couple of seats, and the Republicans lost their supermajority. The House of Commons in Virginia, and the governor in Virginia, and the attorney general in Virginia, and the governor in New Jersey. Like, it was a sweep. It was a Democratic sweep. I have not been, I don't think I've made it a secret over the years that I hate fascists and I hate fascism. That makes me sound, for some reason, like some bleeding heart liberal. There was a time when literally everything that I, like all of my politics were center right. But now the way the political spectrum is drawn out, I am practically a socialist. Which is insane to me, because I don't think I've suddenly become a bleeding heart liberal. I think I've kind of believed all the same stuff I've believed for the last 20 years. But I mean, maybe I've changed. I know I'm different now than I was in college. In college, I was very much a libertarian. But now I see the error of my ways, of what libertarianism can do, and how libertarians should not be anywhere near the levers of power. But let's get on with chat. I see chat still rolling through. He's live and is up in Brazil. All right, I see chat, like live chat over here on the left side of my screen, and my Twidget app is over here on the right. So I'm going to start at the top because I am at here. Well, actually, the first chat was Sunflowers, where she said hi, and then I said hi to her, and then Independent Joe came in. So I'm going to be reading these pretty much real time. This is Mr. Mom from Northeast Oklahoma. Cheers, Mr. Mom. We're just going to go through. Like, literally, this is Old Humble overnight. We are here until I get through chat. It looks like these chats are from, well, this is from the very beginning of the show, so this is from 10 o'clock. I am currently 1 hour behind on chat, because this would have been about 10 o'clock. So, buckle in, kids. Let's see how long this goes. Oh, I see that. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? Oh, we'll get to that. Oh, that's going to be a good one, Sunflowers. Okay, I'll get to that one. We'll get there. I promise. I'll probably get to that one in about 30 or 45 minutes. We'll see. All right, let's go. Cheers. This is the part of the show where we usually just do greetings, which is cool. I got no problem with that. Cheers, William Hall. Cheers. Everybody's saying hi to each other. This is good. I like it when y'all talk to each other. This is good to have a conversation. What is that? Scams and what? Scams in Plano. What? Yeah, okay. Keep going. Love it. Doom and glory. That's talking about the participation. Correct. Cheers, by the way, everybody. Let's everybody bottoms up. Let's have a drink. I am drinking Double Oak Rye. This is the bottle that we're giving away tonight. This isn't the bottle. This is the label that we're giving away tonight. Everybody who participates in chat gets on the wheel of doom and glory. Everyone who sends a super chat adds their name to the Wheel of Doom and Glory for the number of time. For every $1 you get added to the chat. So you want to get added to the chat 5 more times? Send me $5. All of that money goes back to the channel to develop what we're doing. Cameras, lights, studio, all the stuff. Improve my computer, improve my editing suite. My editing suite is going to cost me $100 in order to make better videos, all that stuff. So if y'all want to support the channel, that's how you can support the channel. You can also support it with memberships. William Hall was a member for a while. Mr. Jiggs was a member for a while. I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you so much. That's how you can help me make better videos and communicate the spirit of the Old Humble Distilling Company to people. The idea of this channel is to basically bring my tasting room to the web. Like this is we're having drinks, we're having a conversation, we're discussing things. I don't like to do debates because y'all aren't going to be convinced. I'm not going to be convinced. Y'all are mostly dumb and full of crap, and I'm mostly dumb and full of crap. So we're not going to convince each other of what we're doing, but we should be able to have conversations. And that includes Back to the Future, that includes time travel, that includes life on other planets and conspiracy theories, and like real conspiracy theories and actual conspiracies. And I'm not talking about covert activities, because there's covert activities that happen all the time, but like real conspiracies. Like, it's fun to talk about the stuff, but you know, it's the danger is when you make it your personality. And then, you know, you don't believe anything. You can't believe anything because everything's a conspiracy. And then that just means you pretty much fall for everything too, because you don't believe in anything. Then, you know, you believe in nothing. And if you believe in nothing, you fall for anything. That's the challenge. That's the trap of being a conspiracy theorist who makes that his personality. So anyway, back to chat. Carry on. This is Top Shelf Dustin. You're already on the wheel. Sunflower's already on the wheel, recovering from hand surgery. Oof. That sucks. Doom and Glory were the Johnson twins in my high school days. That is, I wonder if they were fraternal or identical twins. Anyway, stitches come out tomorrow for your hand surgery. Good. Let's keep going. Next. Stitches come out tomorrow. Next. Mr. Mom, you're already on the wheel. Top Shelf's already on the wheel. Vanessa Kitty already on the wheel. Sunflowers is on the wheel. Vanessa Kitty's on the wheel. Mr. Mom's on the wheel. 50 Shades of Whiskey. Not going to do 50 Shades of Whiskey. We will do 50 States of Whiskey. I think the original plan was to do the United States of Whiskey. I think that was the original plan. Because that's one thing that can unite us as a country. Every state in the United States makes a bourbon. Every state in the United States makes a bourbon. Every state in the United States makes a whiskey. You can get that whiskey delivered to your house from at least one distillery in every single one of these states. And what I'm endeavoring to do, like I said, where'd that bottle go? What I'm endeavoring to do is find unusual, small batch, limited edition or limited release, limited distribution bottles of whiskey, distilleries that I don't want factory Kentucky whiskey. I don't care if they source the whiskey. This is probably sourced because it says bottled and aged, but it doesn't say distilled by. So they're in by the way, their location is Opelika, Alabama. Opelika, Alabama. That's their location. Something and finished it. They've done something to it and made it their own. The same thing I do with half of my whiskeys. Half of my whiskeys, I distill them and age them. The other half, I source my whiskeys. Half of my whiskeys, I distill them and age them. The other half, I source them and finish them. But it's you know, it's a process. And you don't have to raise the cow in order to make a good boot. You buy the cows. Hell, you buy the leathers. You know, it's at some point we're all buying a product. We're all buying an input to our product that is some portion of the way down the road, and then we finish it and we turn it into our own product. And as long as the product leaving your shop is unique and unusual and you can't find it anywhere else, then you have done a thing, you've made a thing, you've brought a craft into this world, and I can respect that, and I am willing to showcase it, and I'm not willing to just drive across the entire fucking country and buy Kentucky factory schlock that I could just get at home. What is even the point of doing that? You go to San Antonio and you buy Old Forester. You can buy Old Forester in Mobile. You don't have to leave your state. Jesus Christ, that dude has this in his state. Hold on, I gotta calm down. I'm thinking, I'm approaching a rant, and I don't want to do that. I want to stay light and happy and relaxed and think of Bluebell ice cream. An ice cream that is so delightful and wonderful. This is the type of ice cream Grandma would have made. Homemade vanilla. They make all they can. They sell all they can, and they eat the rest. Homemade down home. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. There you go. But you see, I'm not going to go to New York and buy Bluebell. I can get Bluebell at home. I'm going to go to New York and buy whatever the hell ice cream they make in New York. Go to fucking New York City and get Domino's pizza. Jesus Christ. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any damn sense. Boggles the imagination. Anyway, so that's the whole point of my 50 states of whiskey, United States of whiskey. I want to showcase other craft distillers from all over the country. And damn, if they're all as good as this, was a good start to this series. This was a damn fine whiskey. I know I'm going to run into whiskeys that are undrinkable. I'm probably going to, out of 50 whiskeys, I'm probably going to run into 8 or 9 that are undrinkable. But that's just my palate. That doesn't mean they're bad. That just means I don't like them, and I'm probably a bad person. So there you go. All right, onward. Whew. This is going to go a long damn time. All right, next up. Someone engaging with me on Facebook thinks regulating our food system is a dictatorship. Sunflowers. You've got weird people interacting with you. Regulating our food system is a dictatorship? Well, okay, it depends on what they mean by regulating our food system. But, like, the whole reason we have a Food and Drug Administration is because there was, like, literal human feces and human remains in our sausages and food. Like, people were falling into meat rendering vats and dying. Or dying and falling into meat rendering vats. That's why we have the agencies we have regulating our food. That's rich. That's rich, and it's hardly even worth commenting because that's just fucking stupid. And I don't mind saying that. I don't mind saying that is stupid. Dictatorship. Anyway, only state I have whiskey from is Texas. And it's all my fault. I'm happy about that. Yes, good. Why is Twidget being this way? This is the last of the... Why is it not updated? Live chat replay. Live chat. Okay, I'm gonna have to refresh my Twidget. I think it's not functioning. Like I'm at the end of chat. This is the end of chat on Twidget. Let me try this. Hang on. I'm gonna reopen my Twidget thing. I'm gonna get through all of chat. I promise. Oh, we had chat disconnected around 11 o'clock. Then it reconnected. Maybe that's what happened. Okay. I got this. I got this. I hope it'll reset. Come on. I hope it'll reset. I mean, what I mean is I hope I get the whole history when it resets. Uh-oh. All right. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Let's get back. What's this say? What distillery am I pondering for Indiana? Okay, we're live. We got them. All right, we're set, I think. All right, let's go. Let me find where we left off. That's here. All right, that's where we left off, roughly. Laws Paul. Only a couple of snorts a month, 4 bottles. Last another couple of years. All right. Prominent. I guess he's kind of famous. Certainly not. He has a significant following. He has a significant following. I mean, he's got a couple 100,000, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. It's at least six digits in his subscriber count. Which state was he in? If you're asking which state he was in, I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't want to give away his identity if you don't know who he is. I find him to be off-putting. I find his shtick to be off-putting. Inauthentic, if you will. And it's the same complaint I have with most influencers in the whiskey tube community, where they're not really influencers. They just get the same Kentucky schlock, and they all have the same opinions of the same Kentucky schlock, and it's blah 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 blah. They're not really bourbon hunters. They're not really looking for bourbon. They're not looking for anything interesting and new. They're just looking for the same. And I have a beef about it in principle, but I don't I understand why it's done. You know, like if you're a car guy, you're not going out and looking for the Romanian Tartaslav that nobody can get their hands on and nobody can find. You're looking for the Chevy Camaro Charger, Shelby Hellfire, whatever. You're looking for the cars that are accessible, that seem to be accessible, the kind of car you can see on the road. You're not looking for the cars that you won't ever find. So they're never going to review something like this from Diamond, John Emerald Distilling. They're not going to ever review this because nobody will ever find it. Why would you do that? You're not going to review something that nobody can find in their store. You're going to review stuff that everybody wants and everybody can find and everybody's interested in. You're going to go for the popular. You're going to go for the front runners. You're going to go for the billion-dollar brands and give them free advertising. I get it. I understand that. I just find it off-putting and dickish. Uninteresting. That's why conversations over whiskey are way more interesting than conversations about whiskey. And I just dropped the cork for that bottle of whiskey. I don't know where it went either. I'll find it later. No big deal. I usually have corks laying around. But, oh, there it is. Found it. All right. So, yeah. But I will say it's the state with the third most distilleries in the union. So there you go. You can figure it out on your own. You can probably Google that fact. 100%. I got McDonald's when I went to Mexico. It was the last meal I had in Mexico was a McDonald's burger. The first time I went to Mexico, I was 18. The last meal I had was a burger from McDonald's. Ask Anime Night 1992, because he's in Arizona. I have a couple of distilleries in Arizona that I'm familiar with. Anime Night 1992. I'll see what I can find about that. But I have a couple of distilleries that I have already visited while I was in Arizona, and I have a couple of them in mind. No screw top. Yep, that is correct. It's cork top. Hell yeah, good mixer. It was Alabama. We are rolling. Look up CH Distillery for Illinois. CH Distillery. All right, I'll check it out. I do have like criteria in my mind of what it is that I'm looking for when I look up a distillery. If I find it on the store shelves in my local store, I will bypass them. Because like one of the criteria is it is a local craft distillery. Something that is hard, like the intention is that it's hard to find. And I've never heard of these guys. At least I don't think I've heard of these guys. So maybe they may be the they may make the cut. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Next. Oh, you're welcome, by the way. Technical issues with the stream. This is when we went into intermission and it got choppy. My apologies. I need a new computer. I need a better computer. I would like to have a full-on desktop set for the Pandemic Studio, for streaming out of my studio, and editing. It's really hard to edit on this computer, but that is what your support will get me. Better, it'll get for you better videos, because the next thing I'm looking to get is a computer, a new computer, and it's going to run me probably about $1,000, between $600 and $1,000 to get a good like a basic graphics level. A base computer with good graphics cards would be about $650 or so. So anywhere between $600 and $1,000. That's my next major purchase for the Pandemic Studio for the YouTube channel. Anyway, drink more Malort than whiskey, but I'm a local. Yikes. Malort makes bourbon? Really? I'll believe you. I'll go ahead and believe it. Judson and Moore for Illinois. Judson and Moore. I'll check them out. I'll see what I can figure out. But Illinois is a good ways off. I got to go through Alabama's, or the A's. There are no B's. There's a couple of C's, Connecticut, California. There's a couple of C's, D, Delaware. There's no E. There's no F. Is there an F state? There's no F. G, there's obviously Georgia. H, Hawaii. I don't know if Hawaii has a bourbon distillery, but they probably don't deliver to the lower 48. I, Indiana, Illinois, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, they're probably coming up in June-ish. I mean, this series could go on for 3 or 4 years. If I keep this schedule of one show every 3 weeks, I want to do a show every week, but I don't always have the time. Like, I did not have time last Tuesday. I didn't have time the Tuesday before that. That was the election. I didn't have time the Tuesday before that. I mean, I don't always have time on Tuesdays, but Tuesdays are a good night. So we'll probably keep up with the. You're right. There is a Florida. Okay, carry on. Is this? It is not money laundering. It's not money laundering. It's just a straight up scam. Like, it's presented as money laundering, but it's not money laundering. This is the this is the bait and switch. Well, it's kind of a bait and switch, kind of a rug pull. This is the wire fund scam, where they wire the funds and then recall the wire. So they'll wire you $5,000. You wire or you spend a couple $1,000, and then they'll pull that $5,000 back. Then they get the $2,000 or $3,000 that you send them, and they keep their $5,000. It's not money laundering. They're like, it's presented as kind of money laundering. Like, we'll give you $5,000 and you give $2,000 to these people, and they give you a plausible reason. It's a bullshit reason, but they try to give a plausible reason. Like, we're not going to be available, so we need you to give the shipping company cash so that the shipping company can then give the customs company cash to pay for dock fees and all that stuff. It's not money laundering. It is wire fraud, is what it is. Where they are wiring money to you and then withdrawing the wire, and that only works obviously if you have a couple $1,000s in the bank. If you don't have a couple $1,000s in the bank, then like, they can't withdraw the $5,000 back, but they may withdraw the $5,000 back and then overdraft your account. And then you're super screwed, because now you got $39 worth of overdraft fees that you got to pay, and then another $39 worth of overdraft fees, and then every scheduled expense that you have, every payment that you have scheduled out, overdrafts your account again, and then yeah. But it's not money laundering. It's a different scam. This is straight up wire fraud. So Bubba doesn't exist. Bubba. So this is the reference to the Bubba email of the current guy giving a blowjob to Bubba. They thought Bubba was Clinton, but it's not Clinton. According to Mark Epstein, it is some civilian that they refer to as Bubba. They thought for a minute it might have been the horse that was Bubba, but I don't really care how many dicks he sucked. I think it would be ironic if that's what it ended up being the thing. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But I really don't care, because he bought people. I mean, he bought people. I mean, that's not excusable. That's gross and dickish. And the thing is, we knew he was doing this. We knew he was engaged in this, or at least he knew about it. But there's people defending it. Like, he didn't have sex with the kids. He just, knew about it. It's not okay. It's not, none of this is okay. Like, this is not okay. But it's only bad if people give a shit. And I don't know if people give a shit. I mean, hopefully they do, but we'll see. I did tell some friends of mine that it's becoming more clear, possibly clear. It's becoming more of a possibility, more of a likelihood that Mr. Jeffrey didn't kill himself. There's certainly a preponderance of evidence suggesting that he might not have killed himself. But it wasn't Hillary Clinton that did it. But there's a whole lot of missing pieces to that, like, conspiracy puzzle to put it together. I mean, it could have just been the inmate in the cell next door. Who knows? But it's looking more and more more and more plausible that he didn't just murk himself. Somebody murked him. Any hoodles. Pizzagate putting pepperoni on pizza. Yeah, no. Futurama did do an episode on where there was a Pizzagate conspiracy where the guy he had a secret room with secret salami that he was using, and I think it was flies on fly paper that he was using as pepperoni, like slices of. I don't remember. I only watched that episode once. Anyway, that was funny. What it was sushi code for? I don't know what sushi was code for, but I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Good Lord. Bring back intellectualism to the USA. I would maybe. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think a healthy dose of stupidity helps balance out the healthy doses of smart. Like, we need a little bit of dumb. We need a little bit of dumb. We need a little bit of, we need a healthy amount of dumb, because dumb is what you get when, you need people who are dumb enough to not know they can't do something. And that's what makes America work, you know? Like, if it was just smart people, we wouldn't have ever gone to the moon, because going to the moon requires a little bit of dumb, because you're literally going to space. Like going to the bottom of the Mariana Trench or something. Like you got to be a little bit dumb to do that, because that's a really bad idea to go down in a submersible that far underwater, because, you know, water wants to kill you as soon as you get into it. Same as space. Space wants to kill you as soon as you get into it. I mean, if I was all the way smart, I would not be contemplating a movie, a book, and sending whiskey into space. I wouldn't be contemplating these things. Hell, I wouldn't have 3/4 of the way finished my book. Well, it's probably 7/8 of the way finished now. I just need to finish the preface and the afterword and send it to the print shop. Anyway, if you're all the way smart, you don't do dumb things. And dumb things are the things that kind of advance civilization. You know, so I don't have a problem with intellectualism. I just don't want it to be the end all be all. There's got to be a little bit of dumb. I mean, when we were kids, we built ramps in the street and jumped them. Hell, I had a ramp at the lake over on the couple of neighborhoods over from my house, and we jumped our bikes into the lake. That's not smart. There's a little bit of daredeviliness when you jump off a ramp into a lake on your BMX bike. I mean, come on. We got to be just a little bit stupid. Make America a little bit stupid again. That's what we need to talk about. Not making America smart. We need to make America a little bit dumb. I advocate that the American people should do dumb things for 3 or 4 hours a day, but probably not more than that. And for God's sakes, people, don't make that your personality. Do dumb things, but not all the time. I mean, Jesus Christ, if we didn't do dumb things, we wouldn't have football. If we didn't do dumb things, we wouldn't have skydiving. If we didn't do dumb things, we wouldn't build suspension bridges or skyscrapers. I mean, they're like, oh, they used iron and glass to build a sky. It was brilliant. No, that's fucking stupid. You're building a 100 meters in the air, 1,000 feet, whatever. You're on rafters walking around with hot rivets and driving them into steel. That's dumb as hell. That's not smart. I mean, maybe a smart guy came up with a building, but you needed dumb guys to go up there and do it, not knowing that they could fall to their death at any minute, sitting up there eating their sandwiches out of their metal lunch boxes. That's dumb. We need dumb. We need some seriously dumb people to do amazing things. Amazing things isn't drawing a building. I could draw a building that's 100 miles tall, but that doesn't make it smart. That just means it's visionary. A building that stretches all the way into space. Ooh, amazing. Then you need smart people to actually design the building and make it possible. But you need dumb people to fucking build the thing, because that's dangerous as hell. And I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm just saying they're dumb. They go and do dumb things. And it's measured risk, granted. But, I mean, Jesus Christ, if they were smart, they wouldn't do that shit. And that's not knocking them. It's impressive as hell. I've done a lifetime of dumb stuff. A lifetime of dumb stuff has gotten me where I'm at now. We do not advance civilization by not doing dumb stuff. Leaving Africa was dumb. They had all the food that was in Africa. All of the food was in Africa. Their house was there. Their homes were there. Their wives were there. Their kids. Well, maybe that's why they left. Honestly. I mean, if you really think about it, they're sitting at home and it's just like, and they're like, I'm going for a fucking walk. And they left and they went to fucking China. Maybe it's not as dumb as it seems, honestly. But all of your stuff is there. And you're like, I'm going to go for a walk. And then you never come back. That's dumb. That is dumb as hell. We need to do dumb things. Doing dumb things advances our civilization. Doing dumb things is what makes us human. Doing dumb things makes us better humans. We should make America a little bit dumb. Make America, not a lot, like right now, I would argue we're a lot dumb. We're like probably 25 or 30% dumb, maybe 40. We should probably be more like 20 or 25% dumb. Make America 20% dumb again. That's what I'd advocate. Make us dumb, but only a little bit dumb. I don't need to be great. Being great comes from being dumb. You be a little bit dumb, you can be great. But if you're really, really smart all the time, you're never going to do anything great, because anything great requires a tremendous amount of risk. And if you're really, really smart, you're not going to take that risk. You're going to do the easy thing. You're going to do the smart thing. You're going to take the path well traveled. Smart people don't take the path not traveled. Smart people take the path well traveled because it's well traveled. It's a safe path. You're not going to get eaten by all the animals because all the people have gone in front of you. But the dumb ones, they look at the fork in the road and they go, nobody's gone that way. Maybe that's the way I need to go. Duh. And they take the left turn and they walk down the path that's not been traveled very far. And when it comes to the end of the steps, they look around and they go, well, I don't see anybody's gone any further than here. I must be a visionary. What are those puma tracks? And they get eaten because they're fucking stupid. Dumb people do that. But some of the dumb people survive. Some of the dumb people kill the puma and find out that puma meat tastes good. And they get a cool black fur coat out of it. And then we advance civilization a little bit because some dumbass went down the path less traveled and they fought a puma and won. Make America a little bit less dumb. That's what I would advocate. That's what I want to do. That's my campaign slogan. Old Humble Guy 2026. Make America less dumb. Woo! And healthcare for everyone. Where are we at, by the way? How far behind am I on chat? No. Well, okay. To be fair, yes, there are probably good people on both sides. I'm willing to say that. I'm absolutely willing to say that. But I'm not willing to say that there's any good fascists. Fuck the fascists. You can't be a fascist and a good person at the same time. You can be a good person who's decided to quit being a good person and be a fascist, but you can't be a fascist and a good person at the same time. Fuck that. I'm willing to die on that hill. CEO is, in fact, a job. But CEOs don't get wealthy by doing CEO shit. You can get wealthy doing CEO shit. You don't get rich doing CEO shit. You get rich by convincing other people to give you money as a CEO. CEOs doing CEOs shit would be wealthy. And back in the 50s, when CEOs made 30 times what their workers made, they got wealthy. But now when you're making 3,000 times what your workers make, nah, you're not making money off CEO shit. You're making money off of other people doing shit and giving you money. That's how you're getting rich as a CEO, not from doing CEO shit. Mr. Mom, cheers. Keeping up. I'm going to catch up. Dustin and Orlando. Who the fuck's Orlando? Is that Mr. Mom? Is Mr. Mom's name Orlando? Okay, I'm going to go with that. Because I did not see Orlando in chat. It's going to be the... I thought this was going to be the Bruiser Live. You said his name! Shame on you. You said his fucking name, man. All right, we're keeping on. We're keeping on. Sunflowers back to high chatters. I've got all of y'all are on the wheel, right? Did it reset? No. Let's talk about Epstein. Do we? All right, we can talk about Epstein if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, we can talk about Epstein. Fine. I'm going to see if this helps with the lighting. Does that? No, that's terrible. Ooh, turn that off. That's the worst. I was just curious. All right. That's live TV or live streaming technical shit there. All right, so let's talk about Epstein. So maybe that should be a topic for its own show. I mean, this was a dude who was like, I hear a cat. He was a dude. He was independently wealthy. He decided to use his wealth to be wealthy and do wealthy person shit. He had money that was not just fuck you money, but it was like I'm checking. I'm drawing back into chat to see where we're at. Time wise, how much time I want to spend talking about this asshole. 10:56, 11:41. I'm 56 to 41. I'm 45 minutes behind the chat. Okay, so this was a dude who decided that he had literal fuck you money, and he decided what he was going to do with that fuck you money was talk about. Yeah, he was going to be he was going to cozy up with intellectuals and invite sciencey people and researchy people and musicy people and artists and all these things to his compound, to his politicians and thought leaders and stuff like that, but also wealthy people, just rich people who are rich for the sake of being rich, and invite them to his compound, and they were going to have fun stuff and have fun parties. But he also, along the way, figured out, he hooked up with this chick, Ghislaine Maxwell, and figured out how they could solve they could address a perceived need. And that makes it sound so innocent and honest. But the truth of the matter is, the perceived need was he was just trying to get these rich people laid. That's what it was. They were gluttons, they were hedonists, and he was addressing what he saw as a need that needed to be fulfilled. And he was able to connect up with this human trafficker and bring in people. And there were people who were like, hey, I've got this beauty pageant. I need some girls. And he's like, well, I can get some girls. And he got some girls. And then there was like, hey, I've got some girls. Let's come to my island. I've got some girls. They're going to make you feel good about yourself. You've got what they said about Clinton back in the 90s is he has appetites. He has needs. That's why he fucked Jennifer Flowers, and that's why he bangs all these trailer trash bitches. He's an ambitious man, and he has appetites, and he has to be fulfilled. Ugh, God, I'm gonna have to fucking shower after this. It was never good, and then it snowballed into something even worse. And the human trafficking, and the kids, and the girls, and the boys, and probably the blackmail that was on. It's just, all of it is just gross. There's no part about it that's not gross. And just like with Harvey Weinstein, who was a known misogynist and a known sexual abuser, and the people around him knew that he was doing it, and the people around him in order to have access to power, they just didn't say anything, and they just let it happen. It's gross. It's really gross. And there was a time in our society that was not so much acceptable, but it was able to happen in the shadows. But now we live in a society where those shadows can't exist because of social media, because of mainstream media, because of the way people talk and the way people interact, and how easy it is for information to get out. That stuff just can't live in the shadows anymore. It can't be out there and people not know about it. Because someone will find out about it. Someone will find out that you're using your influence to take advantage of actresses. Someone will find out that you're using your influence to have God, and this is the worst fucking part. Like, trying to think of it from his point of view, I don't want to do that because he's a pedophile and a human trafficker. But, if you're bringing poor women from Romania into the United States, or Czechia, or Slovakia, or wherever the fuck Melania's from, if you're bringing poor women into the United States to meet wealthy men and acting like a matchmaker, it's still human trafficking. You're still buying women off the streets of Eastern Europe and bringing them to the United States to sell them to wealthy men. It's gross. And you may think you're being some benevolent fucking poobah who's pulling some women out of poverty and bringing them to the United States, but you're buying people and selling people. And yeah, maybe they have a better life here than they did there because you bought them and sold them to some middle-aged suburban dude or a wealthy real estate tycoon in New York City. But it's still gross and unseemly and certainly illegal. to be buying people or taking people, or kidnapping people, or hiring people into bondage and selling them, bringing them to the United States to be sex slaves, even if it's not overt, even if it's coercion. It's even worse if it's coercion, because they don't get anything out of it. And then you get $20,000 because you sold this wealthy real estate tycoon from New York City his wife. That's fucking gross. There's nothing about this story that's even remotely palatable. There's nothing about this story. There's nothing about this that is decent or acceptable. And the people in his orbit are not decent or acceptable people. There's nothing defensible about this. Nothing defensible about this. And the people out there who are like, oh, well, 15's not the same as 5. I don't give a shit if it's 25. It's fucking gross to sell someone to be someone else's wife, girlfriend, companion. You're literally selling flesh. It's entirely different if you choose to sell yourself. If you want to put yourself out there and sell your time for $1,000 an hour and let strangers bang you, fine, whatever. I don't give a shit. But if you are in bondage to someone else and they're forcing you to fuck old men, there's nothing about that that's acceptable. I don't give a shit how old you are. I don't give a shit how young. It's even worse when they're young. But, you know, if you hire women from Slovakia or Slovenia to come to the United States to be models in your fuck island, whatever, your sex island, and you hire them to come over, and then, hey, when guys come over here, you need to show them a good time. And then guys come over there, and he's like, hey, what about that one? And you're like, well, that one's $20,000 if you want to marry her. And then they pay you $20,000, and you go marry that dude, and you're in a prenup. And, hey, you get to live in a fucking palatial penthouse in a tower on the west side of Manhattan. Great. Wonderful. Maybe you'll be first lady one day. It's still gross. It is gross. It is unseemly. It is disgusting. Even if it's not illegal, it's disgusting, and it speaks to the heart of the man who will buy a person in that way. And I can't advocate that. I can't color that as acceptable. That is, I'm going to have to fucking take a shower after even talking about this. I haven't talked about this at length ever with anyone at all. This is the first interaction. This whole story is disgusting and gross. And the thing is, I can see, like, logistically and structurally how it grows. You know, when you have enough money that the rules don't apply to you anymore. I can see how it happens. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's gross, and we should not, as a society, accept that. I don't give a shit how racist you are or how racist his policies are. You should not be okay with pedophilia, human trafficking, any of this. You shouldn't be all like, nobody should be like, well, you know, as long as the borders are closed, we're not getting fentanyl in. I don't really care who he fucked 20 years ago. You should. You absolutely should. It should be an issue, because you can always get another racist piece of shit to take his place. You can get someone else to enact the racist, disgusting, fucking horrible policies that he's engaged in since becoming president. You don't have to accept the human trafficking. We fought a war over this. We fought a whole war. The people who said you can buy and sell humans lost. This is part of our national psyche, is that we don't buy and sell humans. We don't accept that. That is wrong. Racism, that's part of our national psyche too. You can find another racist. You don't have to use the racist who's also a human trafficker. And that's all I got to say about that. I should have an audio soundboard bump for that. That's all I got to say about that. I think I'm done. I think I've set up my piece. That's one of the things that I find most abhorrent about this person, is that he just sees people as property. And that's just absolutely disgusting. It's enough to say, it's enough with the social media companies calling us products. Like, that's unseemly. But consider calling people not just products but property is gross and absolutely, that's a line too far. That is a line that's absolutely too far. I'm willing to moderately accept my data is a product, but I'm not willing to accept that people are. Yeah, no. I'm not willing to accept that. Nope. That's you've got to draw a line somewhere. And people are not property. We are not. And I can't accept leadership that considers people to be property. And that's all we got to say about that. I'm done. Onward. Next thing. Epstein's dead. Okay. It's a dead subject. I'm moving very much the BJ between Trump and Bubba. Sounds a bit dirty. We're going to make it lighter because that got heavy. And I apologize. It got heavy. Maybe we should go to intermission. I should get a piece of ice. Yeah, well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to intermission. I'm going to throw it to intermission. I'm going to go get a piece of ice. And I'll be right back. Gentlemen, the intermission has happened. I've got my ice, and now we're back to the live happy hour, where we're going to pick up where we left off. He's live hanging in Brazil. No, Jeffrey Epstein's dead. He's all the way dead. Let's keep going. That's a blank comment? All right, that's cool. Current event, Ted Cruz might run for president in 2028. May we discuss? Ted Cruz is probably going to run for president in 2028. He's up for re-election for his Senate seat in 2028 as well. John Cornyn is up for election this year. Ted Cruz is up for election in Wait, is it Ted Cruz in 2028? No. Ted Cruz was 2018. When was... Hey Siri, when is Ted Cruz's Senate seat up for re-election? I think he was 2024. I'm checking. I'm pretty sure he was 2024. for president in 2028 because he thinks he has a chance. And he doesn't understand how much people hate him. He is a disgusting slug of a human being. And the thing is, if his dad had moved to California, he'd be a Democrat. That's what Ted Cruz is like. He's a very, very intelligent person, but he has absolutely no moral compass or strongly held convictions. He is a I think I'll go that way kind of guy. That's he wherever the winds blows, that's what he's going to do. If he was he came to Texas, so he went to HBU and then University of Texas, and then he went to Harvard and became went to government in the state of Texas, and he's a conservative. If he came to the States in California, he would have gone to UCLA or Stanford, probably gotten his law degree in Harvard, and come back to California and worked in government in California and been a liberal in California. That is the reality that is Ted Cruz. He is a whiteboard, and whatever society writes, wherever the winds blows, is the direction he goes. He's a weather vane. That's what he is. Welcome, socialist. Welcome to MAGA. Trump is legit a clear first ever actual socialist president. You're mixing up socialism and fascism. Don't mix the two. Don't mix the two. Socialism, they're very similar, but the difference has to do with private control of corporate entities versus public control. Not even public control of corporate entities. Private control of corporate entities versus workers' control of public entities. So where the government owns a portion of the property versus the employees owning a portion of the property. It's an important distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And I know where you're going with this, Dustin, with the government stake in various private industries like Intel and AMD and TikTok, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's not socialism. That's fascism. And in the absence of a capitalist structure, market-driven economy, that would be communism. But socialism is not that. Socialism is the other thing. Onward. I should have my bell when we go to the next comment. He was on Welcome Back, Kotter. Who the is Marjorie Taylor Greene really off the Trump train, or is she a grifter? She is a grifter. She is. I'm gonna have a glass of. I'm gonna have a whole glass of our Purveyor's Double Oak Bourbon. I'm gonna switch from the rye to the bourbon. On the rocks. See how it tastes with one big ice cube. I had it neat, rather. I'm gonna have it on the rocks and see. She is straight up. I mean, maybe she's having a soul searching moment with the Charlie Kirk thing and all that blah 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 blah. But she's still she still harbors a boring policy positions. She is still 100% supportive of Trump. He is not endorsing. He would not endorse her for the Senate run or the governor run that she wanted to do. She's talking a good game lately, but she still wants to take your health care away. She still wants to take your social safety net away. She still wants to take away SNAP benefits. She still wants to take away all this shit. She's no hero. Just because she's not, or just because she's voting in favor of the Epstein release, all of the other Republicans, except for one dude in Louisiana, what's his name? Not Mike Johnson, the other guy. Except for one dude in Louisiana, they all voted for it. So it's like, she's no hero. She's nobody special. She's like we shouldn't reward people and consider them to be national heroes when they do the bare minimum. You know, it's like she wouldn't give a guy water who was dying of thirst, and we called her a fucking horrible person because she was a horrible person. But then she goes by the next guy and she spits on him, and then we're like, oh, she's a saint. No, she's doing the bare fucking minimum. She's spitting on a guy who's dying of thirst. That's it. No. I'm not convinced. It's got a lot of flavor, but it's got something else in there. It tastes different on the rocks than it did neat. But it's got a lot of flavor. It's got a lot of complexity going in there. There's a lot going on. This is a good bourbon. I enjoy it. It's a good bourbon. It's way better than any Kentucky schlock that I've had, without question. Being a democratic socialist is the path forward for the Dems. Probably, at least in the short term. There's going to be, at least in the short term, they need to embrace a lot of the policies, because democratic socialism is going to be a radical departure from the I say radical departure from the mainstream democratic policies, because mainstream democratic policies is all about incremental improvement. Democratic socialism is basically saying, you know what, fuck incrementalism. Let's just do the things. Let's just do it. And it's the lurch forward. Democratic socialism is what democratic policies were in the 1940s and 1950s and 1960s. And to a large extent, that's what Republican politics was in the 1930s, the 1940s, the 1950s, and the 1960s. It wasn't until the 1970s, the late 1970s, that Republican politics moved away from a progressive Republican politics and to a more conservative Republican politics. And democratic policies in the 1980s moved away from progressive democratic policies to more moderate democratic policies. So on the right, you went from progressive Republican policies in the decades following the Depression, hell, in the decades following the 1800s. From Teddy Roosevelt forward, you went from progressive Republicans to, in the late 1970s and early 1980s, conservative Republicans. I mean, republicanism, the Republican Party went from progressive from left center to right wing, not even right center. They like skipped over right center and went straight to conservatism. I mean, you can go back, you can look these up. The Republican Party platforms in the 40s and 50s and 60s were pro-labor, pro-worker, pro-immigration. It really wasn't drastically different than democratic policies in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s. It wasn't until the 70s that you started seeing this diversion between Republicans and Democrats, where the Republicans started to go conservative and the Democrats started to go liberal. It was in the early night, like Mike Dukakis was hesitant to even call himself a liberal. Using the word liberal was like calling yourself a, I don't even know what the equivalent would be. It would be like calling yourself a fucking communist in the early 80s. You just didn't do it. I mean, there's a lot of people who think history started, as far as politics goes, that history started in 2025 or 2005 for that matter. But the parties that we have today are way different than the parties that we had in 1995 and are way different than the parties we had in 1975. And if you go back even further, in 1955, way different. You can look at party platforms. They have them available. You can Google them and see where the parties stood on various issues. There was a time when you could easily sit back and say, oh, they were pretty much basically the same thing. They pretty much were basically the same thing. The Republicans had a conservative wing and they had a progressive wing. And the progressive wing was generally the forefront of the party. Same thing with the Democrats. They had a conservative wing and a progressive wing. And the progressive wing was generally the forefront of the party until you go back as far as the probably 1930s, when the conservative wing was more prominent in the Democratic Party. But they both had their own sets of regional support. The Democrats in the South were very conservative. The Democrats in the North were very progressive. The Republicans in the South were very conservative. The Republicans in the North were very progressive. The Republicans in the West were very progressive. The Democrats in the West were very progressive, which is why you had a fairly progressive politics going all the way forward from, the 1940s until you got into the 1970s. And then you really had a distinct split over the activities from the 1960s when they passed the civil rights bills, because then the Democrats went more progressive and the Republicans went more conservative. There was this trend line that started to bifurcate the parties, and conservative Democrats. My chat channel on my OBS just went blank. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I'm not sure what just happened. I saw a thing happen on my screen. Anyway, you had this bifurcation of the parties where the Republican Party started going more and more and more conservative in the 1970s until you had Nixon with his Southern strategy really pushed them conservative. And then in the 1980s, it was a conservative Ronald Reagan. I mean, Ronald Reagan was pushing the Republicans conservative in the late 70s when Ford was running as a Republican, a fairly progressive Republican, but Reagan was pushing him more and more and more and more conservative. That was Reagan primaried the president of the United States. That was a thing that happened. Back and Jesse Jackson primaried the president of the United States in the 1980s. Anyway, democratic socialism is just rebranding of Democrats from what would have been the 1960s, the Northern Democrats, not the Southern Democrats. The Southern Democrats were the Dixiecrats. They're what the Republicans are now. But yeah, social democrat or democratic socialist is just a rebranding of the same progressive policies that we had back in the 30s and 40s and 50s. Roosevelt Democrat. It would be a democratic socialist. I mean, that is what it is. That's not God damn! Every time I take a sip of this is a good bourbon. I am very impressed with these guys. I'm very impressed with these guys. John Emerald Distilling Company, johnemeralddistilling.com. Go visit them. I'm very, very impressed with this whiskey. Go check them out. And while you're at it, go to olddoumbledistilling.com and buy a bottle of whiskey from me too. I would appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Next, Democrats' way forward would actually be socialism and capitalism are not incompatible. Yep. Democratic socialism is different than socialism. Yep. Also true. Socialism is state control of the means of production. False. Communism is state control of the means of production. Socialism is the workers control the means of production, or have more control of the means of production. Socialism is basically democratic socialism is using the mechanisms of state to empower workers to benefit from the means of production. It matters. Like all of this stuff matters. Like the way we talk about it, the way we use the definitions, the way we refer to things, all of it matters, because being sloppy with your definitions means socialism and communism is the same thing. Means conservatism and fascism is the same thing. They're not the same thing. Being conservative does not mean being fascist. Being fascist and being conservative are two different things. You don't have to be fascist to be conservative. You don't have to be conservative to be fascist. Those are two different things. Like, this stuff matters. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, it doesn't. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter if the earth is round or flat, because, you know, the physics works the way the physics works. It doesn't care what the shape of the earth is. But the physics make the shape of the earth the way the shape of the earth is. But whether you believe it one way or the other doesn't matter, because you're not sending satellites into space. But if you think the earth is flat and you're sending satellites into space, then you don't think the earth is flat. And that shit matters. Like, that had a point and it made sense in my head. If you can keep up with it, then it matters. Moving on. We're going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I don't know where we're at in chat. Cause I know I've monologued a little bit. I'm hoping that I'm not as far behind as I think I am. It is 12:16 and the chat that I have up is because it's not the same Dustin. And that was from 11:08. Jesus Christ, I'm an hour and 8 minutes behind. God damn. All right, time to catch up. We're a speed round. Maybe he doesn't like Texas whiskey. A lot of people don't like Texas whiskey. That's fair. But there's a lot of Texas whiskey. A lot of Texas whiskey is different. Like, I watched the episode where he tried Garrison Brothers and he said, "Oh, I don't like Garrison Brothers. If this is Texas whiskey, I don't like Texas whiskey." Like, Garrison Brothers is one out of 200 different brands in the state. That's like saying the Chevy Malibu is too small, so I don't like cars. Or at least American cars. Like, what? Are you kidding me? The Chevy Malibu is a shitty sports car. America can't make sports cars. Really? Whatever. Whatevs. So what's the difference? Probably talking about socialism. Blah, blah. Rage Against the Machine. I agree. Rage Against the Machine is the quintessential rebel music. We should have more Rage Against the Machine. What distillery are you pondering for Indiana? I haven't gotten to the eyes yet. I have no earthly idea, but probably not the one you're thinking of, unless. Let me phrase this properly. Not Pendleton. I don't know yet, but definitely not Pendleton, because Pendleton is available in my local liquor store. So not them. So there you go. Don't refresh your Twitch in public. Wake up in a new Bugatti. I woke up in my new Bugatti. Wow. You know what's really funny about that meme? Like, most of those people have no idea where a gear shift is or how steering wheels work. That's a true story. Find that car interesting. I wouldn't mind having a Bugatti. I really wouldn't. Fun fact, 1911, 74 former mayors from the USA were from the Socialist Party. I wouldn't doubt it. 1911? I believe it. I believe it. Hey, in the 1930s, we had a real risk of having a communist revolution during the Great Depression. There was a very real threat of having a communist revolution in the United States during the Great Depression. That is a true story. And in the 1940s, there was a very real threat of a fascist revolution in an attempt to counter the socialist policies of FDR. Also a true story. That'd make for a great new Dude, Where's My Car? Oh, the Bugatti, yeah. That was a great, that really was a great movie. Dude, this is my car. Dude, Where's My Car was a great movie. And it was wrapped up. It was a fully told story within the borders of the movie. Tumbler glass. Democratic socialism, economic philosophy that advocates for the democratically run economy and society where public needs, democratically run government. It shouldn't be democratically run economy. It should be democratically run government, or at least a representative democracy government. There's plenty of examples of social democracies in the world. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody's starving in Norway, but sure, whatever. F State, Florida. Check out Wanderfolk Distillery in Oklahoma. They make Same Old Moses. Wanderfolk Distillery. Duly noted. Wanderfolk Distillery. Got it. Oklahoma. Democratic is a political position. Socialism is an economic, not political. Yeah, but also you have to have political structures to support the economic structures. I mean, communism is a economic system, but communism is also a political system to support the economic system. You can have a communist party in a capitalist democracy. I mean, that's possible. But you can't have, like ultimately, like I talked about this in a different show. Ultimately, communism ultimately communism is incompatible with communism politically is incompatible with capitalism. Uh, Hold on one second. I dropped my pen. I was trying to get it with my toes, but I couldn't reach it. Um, like, ultimately, communism is not necessarily incompatible with capitalism as they're seeing in China. But the way they were doing communism in Russia was incompatible with capitalism because Russia was a full command economy. And basically, if you think of a communist economy the way you think of a corporate economy, like communist China is basically a giant corporation, a giant single corporation. And they do joint partnerships with anybody who wants to build a company. Half the company is owned by the government. But they take all of their goods and services and put them on the market and sell them at market prices. So there is a Chinese stock exchange. Chinese goods and services are sold at market prices, and the market prices get manipulated by the government. It's not a full free market. Don't get me wrong. But the Russians didn't do that. They didn't participate in the Bretton Woods paradigm. I don't think China fully does either. But China at least embraced the market economy and the market mechanisms. Russia rejected that. The Soviet Union rejected that. So there is a world where communist government and capitalist economy coexist within the same country. You can do this. It's happened. It's happening. But I think it's a unique situation. I don't think it happens everywhere. Vietnam does it. They have a communist government and a market economy. Cuba has a communist government. Actually, they still have a command economy. They're not. They're a communist economy. They're not a capital economy. But it happens. It's a thing, and it happens. And your most common communist economies are legacies from monarchical, if you will, and corporate economies, where they separate themselves from the world market, and that's basically the modern day hallmark of a communist economy is that it's separated from the world market economy. And we don't see a lot of communist economies in the world anymore because capitalism has won out over the in the competition of we called the Cold War a competition of ideologies, but it was a competition of economies. And the capitalist economy won out over the communist economy. It wasn't democracy. It wasn't democracy versus communism, because communism didn't die at the end of the Cold War. We still have plenty of communist countries out there, politically communist countries. Plenty of them. But most of the communist economies have died out because they lost out of the Cold War. So there you go. Yeah. It's not like this. It's not pure cut and dry communism is politics, or socialism is politics, and capital. It's not pure cut and dry, because you have capitalist politics and communist politics and capitalist economy and communist economy. Like, we have capitalist ideology. Our parties support capitalist ideology. We just have certain parties that it's a communist party. Well, they have, you can have 5 different communist parties too, but they're all under the same communist umbrella, because most communist economies are also communist polities. So they only have one communist party. But you have 5 different factions within the Communist Party of different production styles. So you have internally you have different factions, but it's all one party. You savvy? Make sense? Okay. Anyway, I've been told I sound like a professor when I talk. I don't mean to. Next. Once government takes things like Trump is doing, you're on the way to failure. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with that. But I don't disagree with the notion, but I disagree with the framing. Like, this isn't the first time that the American government has taken a stake in a private industry. George W. Bush did it. The federal government took a stake in Chrysler, took a stake in General Motors between George Bush and Barack Obama. But we unwound those positions. So, excuse me, I need to get some water. Next. Racehorse. Mr. Ed's Pickle. The horse. Right. Bubba, the horse. This is a family-friendly stream. Never. Yep. I think we've got all the people on the Wheel of Doom and Glory that we're going to have. It's probably coming close to time to spin the Wheel of Doom and Glory. Bum, 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 bum. Bubba Wallace. I don't know who Bubba Wallace is. Next. Accounting is more dangerous than building a building. Oh yeah, okay. Accountants said all day destroying their health. Okay. Fine. I don't think accounting is more dangerous than building a building at all. You can fall off a building. You can't fall off of accounting. Have 3,000 more workers. I don't disagree. You have complex industries and complex organizations that you run. I don't begrudge the Red Cross CEO making what the Red Cross CEO makes. My point on that is that CEOs don't do nearly as much shit as you think they do. And they get paid far more than they should be paid. I don't mind it. I'm happy to become a CEO and get paid a stupid amount of money. But CEOs, your average CEO doesn't, like, when you're talking Fortune 500 CEOs and big organization CEOs, they run highly complex, highly profitable, revenue-rich companies. And they harvest that money. But they're not doing... Nobody does $500 million worth of work. You're not creating, you as the CEO are not creating $500 million of value for your organization. You're not doing it. You're not doing that. At best, you're maintaining the value that you had from last year. And 1% growth on $1 billion corporation is $100 million, right? No, $10 million. Right. So 1% growth on a $1 billion company is $10 million. Yeah, because 10 tens is 1,000. No, 10 tens is 100. Yeah, so 100 tens is 1,000. Right, I got this right. I'm on the right track. So you're not really doing like you that 1% growth creates a tremendous amount of money, but the value that you're creating isn't your value. You've added value from another organization that you've likely purchased. Your 1% growth is likely because you've purchased another company. You haven't created the value. You said, okay, we're going to open 1,000 stores, and 1,000 stores creates a 1% growth of the company. So you didn't open 1,000 stores. You just said, we're going to open 1,000 stores. Okay, we're going to open 1,000 stores. Your accountants and your architects and your engineers and your cashiers and your stock boys and all of those people created the $100 million worth of value, your 1% growth. You didn't create 1% growth. You told everyone else to. So the CEO that has 3,000 of employees, the CEO didn't create the value. The people who created the value are the 3,000 of employees. But the person who gets paid is the CEO. Like all of them get paid, but they're not getting paid based on the value that they created for the company. They're getting paid on the wage that gets set by the guy who decides how much of the value they create they get to keep. That's the difference. Back in the way back when the CEOs would get paid for the work that they did and a little bit more because their job was important, blah, 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 whatever. But you can't tell me that when you replace a CEO and give him a $25 million golden parachute, whatever, and you hire another CEO, that the CEO is that important to the company. He's not that. He's important to the company, but he's not that important to the company. We're talking scale and scope. Next. The most interesting folks. Me? You need to meet more people. Steven. All right, you're on the wheel of doom and fortune. Sorry I'm an hour behind, but you have just gotten yourself on the wheel of doom and fortune. Doom and glory. Sorry. Steven. Steverpenbeck. You're on, homie. Oh shit, he had to read the name. He had to read his name. Wonder if that B guy actually ever had old humble versions. I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. That B guy? The blowjob guy? Bubba guy. Yeah, I don't know. Next. Suburban dads were buying women with... No. True story. In the last house I lived in. In Candlelight Oaks. 2 blocks over from my house. This dude, dumpy dude. We're walking our dog. Me and my lovely wife, we're walking our dog. And there's this lady out washing, watering the bushes out front of the house. Her name was Svetlana. Gorgeous. Stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. She was some kind of East European based on the accent, but couldn't really place it. She was brand new to the country and brand new to the neighborhood, and she was about to get married in about 3 weeks to her future husband who lived in the house where she was watering the bushes. And we met him a couple of days later when we were walking the dog. He was outside. We met him. His name was we're going to say his name was Dan because I can't really remember it, but he definitely mail ordered her. She was definitely a mail order bride. There was absolutely no way in fucking hell that he met her organically in the United States. She was a mail order fucking bride, and apparently they're pretty fucking affordable for this dude in the suburbs of Houston to be able to buy her. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if she was trafficked or if she was a catalog girl or whatever, but Svetlana, that was the only time we ever saw her. I swear to God, she was a mail. She had to have been a mail order bride. Had to have been. Because, I mean, you look at this dude and you look at this chick. I'm telling you. I mean, you always hear the stories about the hot chick who was like, yeah, he's really funny and he makes me laugh and nah. Every bit about this interaction felt like mail order bride. Every bit about it felt like mail order bride. I can't explain it. I can't put my finger on anything specifically, but I'm telling you, Svetlana and Dan, they were a match made in a catalog. Apparently, it's pretty cheap to hire a bride from Russia, which is different than, I mean, maybe trafficking. I don't know. I don't know any of the details. I don't know anything about what was going on. It was just a vibe. I'm just saying it was a vibe between these two people. It felt like mail order bride vibe. That's all I know. That's all I'm willing to speculate on. That's all I'm willing to talk about. I don't know anything else. She seemed happy. She was a grown-up. She was a full-on grown person. She was in her late 20s. He was in his late 20s, early 30s. She was no younger than 28, no older than 34. And he was about probably 32-ish. And think about, he wasn't like a, think about prototypical suburban dad who's a 6. No, who's a 4. Yeah. Think about the slow pitch softball dad. Who's probably 280. You know, kind of dumpy and round. She was model hot. I'm not even lying, not even a little bit. She was a fucking smoke show. Even my wife said it. And that was that's what broke the ice. She's like, she's a fucking model. I'm like, I'm glad you noticed. Oh my God, I wasn't sure I was allowed to even notice that she was a model. Oh, she's gorgeous. What's she doing with that dude? How on earth? Is she blind? Maybe he was rich. I don't know. But maybe he was hung like a donkey. I don't know. But I got all the mail order bride vibes out of this couple. And that's not something you can talk to your neighbors about. You can't be all like, oh, so Dan, how'd you meet Svetlana? Was it a mail order bride thing? What's up? You can't just, broach that subject. I guess maybe that's how you broach the subject. Like, how'd y'all meet? Oh, I picked her out of a catalog. Really? Yikes. Anyway. Anyway, I think y'all overestimate how much. I mean, dude bros go to Thailand for like the dude bros who do uh what's it called when they go overseas to look for brides, um spouse tourism, or there's a term for it. Oh geez, what is the term? I'm having fun, so I'm not really racing through. I'm gonna ask AI real quick. um what is the term for finding for going overseas to find a wife? It's like spousal tourism or something. It says mail order bride, but that's not what I'm looking for. It's like the guys who use passports overseas to find wives. Passport bro. That's it. Passport bro. It's these dudes who are passport bros who are fucking going overseas to find wives. It's like y'all overestimate the cost to go to Cambodia and get a wife, or go to Vietnam and find a wife. It's probably a hell of a lot cheaper than going to Epstein's Island, honestly. And that's entirely different, by the way. Entirely different than going to Epstein's Island and buying a girlfriend or buying a wife or buying an escort. You're going overseas and you, with the intention and purpose of finding a girlfriend, is entirely different than buying a person. It's still gross. It's kind of lame. I think a 25-year-old is horrible. It's sex trafficking. It's likely slavery. If they're 5, you're just, yeah, exactly. I'm with you. I'm 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. There's no hemming and hawing and justification. There's a difference between mail order brides who sign up for a service to get matched with someone overseas than it is with someone who is basically imported into the United States to be a sex worker, and then you get paid as the importer to allow somebody to marry them. That's a whole that's human trafficking. That's a whole different thing. Mail order bride is one thing. You know, you sign up for a system. You're living your life in Botislavia or whatever fucking shithole Eastern European country you're in. You're living your life digging up potatoes, and then you sign up with the Botislavian equivalent of Match.com, and you get a letter in the mail because you don't have the internet because it's Botislavia, that someone is matched with you, and you send them a letter back, and they bring you to the United States to marry you. That's a mail order bride. It's still kind of gross, but you know, you've volunteered, you've gone into this, you know, willingly. It's entirely different when a guy says, "Come with me," and you get into the van and you get on the plane and you go to the United States and you live in the compound, and then somebody gives that guy $20,000 and takes you off his hands. Entirely different. Those are two very drastically different scenarios. And I really do think Svetlana was the former, not the latter. Just saying. That's not fascism. At least no definition I've ever read. If government owns the means of production, it's socialism. Well, right. And in the case of fascism, it's not. When the government owns the means of socialism, that's down the road towards communism. But in a capitalist ecosystem, that's not communism, that's fascism. fascism was marked by uh, close cooperation between the private sector and the government sector, so much so that there was little or no daylight between the private sector and the government sector. CEOs of corporations were government ministers, and government ministers were on the boards of private corporations, but the private corporation was a separate entity, still maintained itself as a separate entity from the government. Even if the government owned a portion of the company, they were still separate entities. Volkswagen and the German government were still separate entities, even though the government had significant control over Volkswagen's production, and Volkswagen had significant control over policy making on the production, in the production side, in the decision making ranks and advisory ranks of the German government. The difference is that the oil and gas company in the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union. Like there wasn't even a private corporation that was Gazprom. Gazprom was basically a government ministry until the fall of the Soviet Union, and then it got spun out into its own company. That's the difference. It's a subtle difference, but it's an important difference because it's a structural difference. It's a functional and structural difference. And the biggest difference is that socialism inoculates a capitalist society from fascism. Without socialism, you run the risk of fascism. And in the absence of capitalism, you get communism. Because capitalism inoculates a society from the collapse into communism. But the risk is, with a capitalist society, that you fall into fascism because of the cooperation between the government and the private sector. With the cooperation between the government and the private sector, you can kind of move your way towards fascism unintentionally, but it can happen, especially if you have a hollowing out of the bureaucratic state and the regulatory state, where the regulatory state no longer exists and the regulations are now handed off to the corporations, and the corporations are take over the role of regulating themselves, in effect becoming quasi-governmental entities. If the government and if there's no daylight between the government and the corporation, then you can slip into authoritarian fascism. See how that works? Like there's two paths, and the way you inoculate yourself against either one of them is a little dose of socialism in the middle. Because socialism can prevent communism by strengthening the capitalist structures in an economy. It can also prevent fascism by strengthening the regulatory structures in an economy. It's a very useful tool. Anywho's, next. Now Trump's also a nationalist and an authoritarian. He's always been a nationalist. Nationalism is the danger. Nationalism is the danger. Not patriotism, nationalism. Nationalism is the danger. Because here's the thing. The United States isn't a nation. A nation is a group of people who share a common identity. French. The French are nationalists. You can't become French. You can become an American. You can't become you can't become French. You can't become German. You can become an American. America is a country of laws, a country of ideals. We are not a nation. The only thing that binds us as a nation is our obligation to the Constitution, our fealty to the Constitution, we say we're a nation of laws. The laws and the common ideals that we share make us a nation. We are a nation that believes all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. We are a nation that believes that the role of government is to ensure the benefits of prosperity to our progeny. That is what binds us as a people group. Anyone can become an American by expressing honor and acceptance of those ideals. You don't become an American by, well, you become a citizen of the United States by birthright, but you don't become an American just by geography alone. Anyone can be an American. You can be an American in the outback of Australia. You can be an American in the heart of India. You can be an American in Siberia. You can be an American in China. You can be an American anywhere in the world, as long as you agree and believe that all men are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among those rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you believe that governments are established in order to protect the rights of the citizenry, derive their right to govern from the consent of the governed, and hand down and protect the benefits of liberty to their progeny, then you can be an American. That's what makes us a people. That's what binds us as a nation. That's what defines us as a nation. We are unique among the history of mankind that we're a nation of ideals, not of genetics. Anyone can be an American. It doesn't matter who your parents were. You can become an American. And also being born on our soil makes you an American. Two ways. By adherence to our ideals and being born on our soil. That's it. Nationalism is not a hallmark of American identity, unless by nationalism, traditional nationalism is not a hallmark of American identity, because traditional nationalism identifies people group by physical features of the people, either the Frenchness of them, or their skin color, or their faith, or whatever hallmark it is that identify the people as the people. German nationalism, Ugandan nationalism, Indian nationalism, whatever nationalism it is. Our nationalism is defined by ideals, law, and fealty to our Constitution and our constitutional principles. We're a country. The United States is a country, not a nation. And that's a significant difference. Americans can form a nation, but we are a nation. We're a country with borders, but we're a nation without borders, if that makes any sense. It makes sense in my head. I'm not sure if it makes sense in real life. I'd have to think that out. But really, the nation of Americans can be anyone, anywhere who believes what we believe, that men are born free and we yearn to be free. That is what our ideals have always been, and we've always shared those ideals with the world. And that's what's always made the United States exceptional in the community of nations, is that we're not exclusionary about who can be an American. We've always been open and accepting of who can be an American, because anyone can be an American. It just takes adherence to American principles. All men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And the truth is, America hasn't always lived up to those principles that Americans believe. We've always worked to make a more perfect union generation after generation after generation after generation. And some generations have been better at it than others. But the truth is, we've never lived up to our ideals in the history of our country, but we've always strived to do better than the generation before us. And every successive generation, every new person that enters our country, every new person that joins our nation makes us a better nation than we had been before, because every person who joins our nation agrees and carries that ideal forward that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. And among those rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's what makes us unique. That's what makes us special. That's what makes us Americans. And you can't be French unless you're French. You can't be Jewish. You can convert to the Jewish faith, but you're never Jewish. British is a unique nation. Indians in the British Empire never became British. Germans in the German Empire were always German, but you can never become German unless you were already German. But American, anyone can become American. And that's what makes America unique. And that's not just me saying that. That's the history of this country. And Ronald Reagan mentioned it too. Most recently, the quote that I can think of is Ronald Reagan saying basically the same thing. That anybody can become an American. Not anybody. You can never become French. You can never become German. You can never become Italian. But anyone can become American. And that's what makes America special. It's one of the many things that makes America special. If I were to define American exceptionalism, that is what I would use as the definition, that anybody can become an American. And that's what makes us exceptional in the history of and brotherhood of nations. MTGs are on the conservative policy he ran on that Trump is not doing. So give her credit for actually having convictions. I will give her credit for actually being... I'll give her credit for being consistent on some policy. For being ideologically consistent at her core. But I'm not going to give her any credit. I will give her credit for being introspective enough to realize that she has been toxic in the past. I am not going to sit back and say all of a sudden that she's become a hero. She can give the appearance of someone who's met Jesus, but until she shows fruit, I will be unconvinced. As far as I can tell, this is just another act, another more of her shtick. If maybe she wins re-election, and maybe for the next 20 years she's the representative from whatever fucking backwater district she's in Georgia, and she continues on this path of being a reasonable, rational, traditionally conservative politician. But until that happens, she's still the cunt that stalked a kid who survived a high school shooting. She's still that monster. And she's got a long road of showing redemption in front of her. I am not one that says, yeah, just because you came out of the confessional means you're cleansed of your sins. She is far from untainted. She's still who she is. And she's going to have to show that she's grown some new spots. I'm not convinced. Not even a little bit. Republicans hated Latinos. I cannot remember the context of that. I'm sorry. Next. They're pretty much the same. And for themselves, the sellouts and the highest bidder All about the Benjamins. Yeah. Shared control. Ted Cruz will not win because he's Latino. Ted Cruz is a white passing Cuban. And that's why he goes by Ted and not, Eduardo or whatever his fucking real name is. Yeah, he chose to lean into the white passing name and the white passing. Yeah, he's pretty much disgusting. A little, yeah. Next, Cruz is Canadian. Cruz's family is Cuban. He is Canadian. In fact, he had Canadian citizenship all the way up till 2015 or 2016 in the last time he ran for president. So, a Texas funk is pretty familiar, or is pretty similar between Garrison and Boomtown. Oh, my Boomtown bourbons don't have that Texas funk that Garrison has. But everyone's palate is a little bit different. That's fair. Very different whiskeys, but if you don't like that note, you won't like either. Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I don't believe my Boomtown bourbon's gone through several iterations since its inception, and it has gotten, I would argue, better over time. With each iteration, it's gotten a little bit better. We had a couple of setbacks, but the latest batch is a little bit better. That said, I don't think it carries the same funk that Garrison Brothers. We age it differently. We have different styles, but I'm not going to argue with your palate. If that's what you taste, that's what you taste. I'm fine with that. He gave up his dual citizenship to run for president. That is correct. Correct. Here's the other definitions of fascism versus socialism. The joys of all. Yeah, and yeah, we can talk about the words, but in function, the way it works. That's the important thing. The way it works. Like the book definition and the academic definition of socialism and the way socialism works. The way socialism works in real life is the workers have a significant say in the operation of the company, but also governments can own stock in the company. Like that doesn't preclude the government from owning the stock in the company, but the company continues to be an independent entity from the government. And the government share of the company represents the people's share, not the workers' share necessarily, but the people, the community, the public, the other stakeholders in the company. And traditionally speaking, that doesn't happen in socialist economies. Like Germany doesn't own significant shares of German businesses. Norway doesn't own significant shares of Norwegian businesses. There are certain companies that are government controlled, but they're independent entities from the government. In the same way that Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, the post office, and other businesses are independently controlled from the government. NPR. Is it NPR? No, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's an independent entity from the government, controlled by the government, but independent from the government. And its sole function is to fund public radio stations around the country. That doesn't mean that it's controlled by the government. It has its own independent board. It's funded by the government, but it has its own independent board, and it also reaches out and gets funding from the rest of the public. But with the federal cuts to funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting decided to close its doors. So NPR, National Public Radio, National Public Television have decided to go get private donations to replace Corporation for Public Broadcasting donations. So functionally speaking, socialism doesn't preclude the government from owning shares in a company, but that's what they own, is they own shares in the company that is itself a separate entity. So you see what I'm saying? The difference is that fascism is where the government would be basically, we need ceramics, so the ceramic company is now part of the government, and the National Ceramics Company CEO is the Minister of Ceramics in the government cabinet or whatever. And it's not a nationalization necessarily of the corporation, but it's a cooperation between the two. It'd be like Halliburton running, basically running the food services and logistics of the Army. And the CEO of Halliburton being, I don't know, like the department, the Defense Department, Secretary of Defense over the Defense Department, or maybe the Vice President, maybe, or the Secretary of State being the CEO of Exxon. Maybe that'd be kind of fascistic. But not, Exxon still exists as its own company, but or Goldman Sachs' CEO being the CEO of Goldman Sachs and the Treasury Department Secretary at the same time. That'd be kind of fascistic. Goldman Sachs still exists, but now policy is being written to benefit Goldman Sachs specifically. That'd be kind of fascistic. Maybe not fascism outright, but fascistic-ish. And of course, it always, manifests itself in its own way. But at least our ministers have the decency to quit their job to join the ministries that they're in charge of. At least they have the decency to do that. So there's at least an appearance of separation and an appearance of independence. Anyway. Next. Move on. Josh Fritz, you are now on the wheel of doom and glory. I am so sorry that I am so far behind on chat. But look at this. JOSHFRITZ. All right, and the way the wheel of doom and glory works is I spin it once for doom and once for glory. And the second spin, the spin for glory, is the person who wins the bottle of whiskey. So thanks for joining the party, Josh Fritz. He was born in Alberta. Should have been able to run. He shouldn't have been able to run, but rules do not apply. His mother was an American citizen, which makes him an American citizen, a natural-born American citizen, which means he was eligible to run. Cheers. Welcoming Josh Fritz into the party. Thank you, Josh Fritz, for joining the party. I hope you're still around with me being this far behind. It's questionable if China is still truly communism. China's government system is communistic. Their economic system is capitalistic. There's no such thing as pure capitalism, no such thing as pure communism. Nothing is pure in this world. So, okay. Twidget is still running. Good. Sunflowers, you're understandable. You're understandable, Sunflowers. Congratulations. Let's keep going. Let's get this shit through. I've got work in the morning. How's Chrysler doing? Chrysler was bought by or sold to Fiat, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually doing pretty damn good right now as far as a division of a major automotive division goes. I think they're doing. I mean, they're not bankrupt like they were in 2008. F5 CEOs average 18.9 million, and the SP 500 is having double-digit returns in the last decade. There you go. Overpaid, sure. But it's more like, it's more like 12%. Yeah, it's not 1% growth. It's 12%. It's significant growth in that direction. But again, they're not doing the growth. The CEOs aren't the ones doing the work. They're not the ones doing the growth. And I say this as a CEO. I know what I do all day long. I don't work nearly as hard as my salesman. But my salesmen also get paid more than me. So there you go. I'm right-handed and triple what? All right, let's read this real quick. I totally get where you're coming from. I'm right-handed and Oh, you hurt your hand too. Okay, because she had hand surgery. Got it. 2 months in a sling. Just started PT last week. Got it. Y'all are talking amongst yourselves, which is good. Y'all should have your conversations. It's fair. Passport Bros getting a wife overseas isn't the same as buying. I agree. It is not the same. It's not at all the same. There is a power imbalance. There certainly is. And the other is absolutely slavery. I agree. 100%. I'm with you. It's unseemly still going overseas to like get a girlfriend and, because there's also agencies overseas that do that shit, and you can, in the same way that you can go get a massage here in the United States, you can go do Thailand and get yourself a wife and bring her home. Find a girlfriend. Like, it's an unseemly practice. It's an unseemly practice. It really, really is. I'm not defending either one of those. That's gross. If you can't, whatever. It's just gross. It makes me want to throw up a little bit, even just talking about it. I'm not going with that. I'm not down. I don't like it even a little bit. Really common thing these days. I mean, if some means traveling overseas, I am very aware of how common it is these days for men of some means to go overseas to find wives, and they're not the best we have to offer. I'll even posit that they're the dudes that call themselves alpha men, and they're not the best we have to offer. They're the kind of dudes who can't. How do I put this in a diplomatic way? They're the kind of dudes that can't hold their own against a woman who is their equal. Yeah, I'll go with that. That feels diplomatic. And I'll leave it at that. Andrew fucking Tates of the world. To your own team. Shop like a millionaire. Good night, everyone. Mr. Mom, if you win the bottle, I will let you know. I will try to reach out to you and let you know. I will try. Passport bro thing is not that it's not that unusual. It's just not that it's not. And it's I wouldn't say nothing at all like sex trafficking. It is sex trafficking adjacent, but not sex trafficking. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. All that makes sense. And most of why I do this find women who are more traditional. No, it's to find fucking servants. It's to find people who are it's to find it's to tap into the power imbalance. Like you said before, it's a power imbalance thing. They're looking for a power imbalance. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for subservient women. And it's a cheap way to buy a chick. I mean, you don't have to buy a woman if you can just find someone with the natural power imbalance. And then there you go. You don't have to pay $20,000. You just have to go to Laos and find an agency that will hook you up with a person who is looking for a husband. And there you go. That's it. You've had me reading fascism versus social. You've had me reading fascism versus socialism. Hopefully think the rest. Honestly think at the end of the day, they're the same thing with a massive issue. Communism and fascism function the same way. Fascism and socialism are not the same thing. Communism and socialism are not the same thing. The communism, fascism, socialism are three different things. And capitalism is a different thing still. In a thriving capitalist economy, you cannot get communism. In a thriving capitalist economy, you cannot, with a thriving capitalist economy with a healthy democracy, you cannot get fascism. With a seized up democracy and a thriving capitalist economy, you can get fascism. But the way to inoculate yourself from fascism or communism is to use socialism, because socialism will protect the economy from the excesses of the mechanisms of economics. I think I covered everything with that. I probably left some things out. But there's some socialistic things. There are some things that should not be done for profit. Mail delivery, fire and rescue, police departments, public security. These are things that should, healthcare, arguably, these are things that should not be done for profit. Military, national defense should not be done for profit. National defense, roads, public transit, these are things that should not be done. These are things that socialistic policies, not socialist policies necessarily, but socialistic policies. You tax people in order to pay for the services. You can establish an independent corporation that is a ministry of the government to do the work. We've done that with mortgages, with mortgages, with flood insurance, with mail service, with fire service, with public security protection, public protecting the peace, national parks. Granted, the national parks are a ministry of the government, but the national parks could be an independent corporation. The National Parks Corporation, National Public Radio, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. We've done this again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. These are all things that are socialistic or outright socialist. And there's a difference between that and fascism, and that and communism. And fascists always call their opponents communist because they're diametrically opposed systems. Because fascism requires private capital and private ownership of the corporations, even if the private corporation is a ministry of the government. Whereas communism is where the government actually owns the private corporation and there's no independence whatsoever. Nobody owns the company. It is literally just a ministry of the government. So, where in a fascistic system, the private company still maintains its separate identity from the government, in a communist system, the private industry is the government. There's no separation whatsoever, which is why after the fall of the communist empire of the Soviet Union, all of those private governmental industries were spun off into corporations and sold to the oligarchs. Those corporations didn't exist before the fall of the Soviet Union, or at least didn't exist as independent entities. They were ministries of the government or divisions within the government. After the fall of the Soviet Union, after the fall of the communist government, all of those government assets, all of the factories, all of the mines, all of the farms, all of the inputs, all of the everything that the government owned were spun off. That's why communism and fascism are so diametrically opposed to each other. Every fascist calls their opponent a communist because every communist policy is diametrically opposed to every fascist policy. Fascism requires private ownership. Communism requires government ownership. That's why they're diametrically opposed. You can't have private industry in a communist system, and you can't have government control in a fascistic system, or government ownership of corporations in a fascistic system. Socialist systems are kind of in between the two, where you have private ownership, but governmental influence. And government influence can be heavy or light, depending on the attitudes of the government. And historically speaking, depending on the business, government influence has been widely varied. Government influence on the post office is heavy. Government influence on Corporation for Public Broadcasting is light. Government influence on Freddie Mae, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac has been relatively moderate, where government policies are handed down, but then the insurance rates that kind of run the company are set independently by a whole different industry or a whole different entity. That's where it kind of falls under it depends. And as long as the entity is independent and separate and has its own board and its own decision-making process, and it's not, it kind of inoculates, especially for public services that shouldn't be run for profit, because we want everyone to have access to the service, like the electric companies, like a water company, the water company in your neighborhood, the municipal utility district, or the water services company. That company provides water to every house in the municipality, every house in the service district. That is not a for-profit corporation. That is a corporation that's primary role is to provide a service, not to turn a profit. Because if a water service company decided it wanted to turn a profit, it could triple the price of the water. Only the people who could afford to get water would get water, and then it would turn a profit. Only the people who could afford to get electricity would get electricity, and then they would turn a profit every year. But municipal utility districts, municipal electricity district, we used to do it that way. But then we moved towards a privatization of utility, in some cases the privatization of utility distribution, but in other cases it was privatization of utility generation. And it created all kinds of issues. But it used to be understood that utilities were public goods and public services, And their role shouldn't be to generate a profit, but their role should be to provide a service. And everyone should get the service. Even the person who lives in the middle of nowhere should get electrical service, even if it was unprofitable to deliver electric service to the one house in the middle of Kansas. That's a socialist program. That is socialism. Everyone gets electricity. We're not looking for a profit, but we don't own the company. The government doesn't own the company. It's a private company. It's a private company chartered by the government, and it's got an independent board, and the board answers to an oversight committee. At least in the state of Texas, the board answers to an oversight committee, and the oversight committee has a tremendous amount of leeway in setting policy and helping the board develop what their strategy will be to deliver utilities to people all throughout the state of Texas. It's fucking exhausting. Anyway. Next. I'm not an American. So I'm not an American because no higher power exists. I wouldn't say that. I mean, a higher power does exist. Your governance, your governing laws. But there's Christian nationalists, and I don't know if there's any such thing as atheist nationalists. The King of England is of German heritage. That is true. That is very true. Most of the royal families in Europe were of German heritage at some point. In World War II, all of the warring empires, Russia, Germany, France, England, Italy, Hungary, Austria, they were all cousins. I theorize that the reason why Poland kept getting partitioned and conquered and attacked and was because Polish kings were not part of the Big Five hierarchy of German descendants of the German royal family. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. That's why Poland kept getting attacked. Anyway, next. Nobody said to call MTG a hero, just that she isn't the BS you complained about. Cruz. Okay. She's consistent on being who she is. I don't know if she is. I don't know if she's consistent on being who she is. Because she's still the person who stalked a high school kid and called him a crisis actor who survived a school shooting. She still has that albatross around her neck. That's who she is. She is still a charlatan. She is still an opportunist. She is still a actor in a role that she is playing. And I don't believe that she is sincere. I believe she's doing what she's doing purely out of political expediency. And I'm willing to admit that I am wrong when she proves me wrong. There you go. I'm sticking with that. Next. Am I close to the end? I think I might be close to the end of chat. Did we stop calling her a monster? I don't know if anybody stopped calling her a monster. I'm not going to call her anything other than what she is. She has been a monster, and I think she is still just acting out a role for political expediency. She's acting contrite. She's acting through her apology. She's just, I'll believe it when I'll believe that she is committed to governing with conservative principles when she decides to start governing, period. That's it. Because she has not shown herself to be willing to do that. Not yet. But maybe that's coming in the next act. We'll see. Recently from you, not sure when, it was very, very clear color. Okay, so you got the okay, so the bourbon online. That was the one you got. You got the Boomtown bourbon online. That was an older iteration. Okay, that's fair. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you've had. Got it. The Boomtown bourbon you had is okay. I know what you're talking about. I got you. I know which one you've had. You got the one from the from Lone Star online. I am familiar. I don't know what that is in reference to. He's American. Not sure what the debate is. You talking about Teddy Cruz? He's not no debate. I don't know what y'all are debating. I had to go check the bottom of chat here because I think I'm coming to the end. It is 1:34 and we are coming to the end of the show, kids. Don't see the issue in going overseas for a girlfriend. I mean, no, I don't. There's no issue. It's a power dynamic. It's choosing to like you've got your preference. That's fine. I don't like American women. They're too independent. They're too strong-willed. They blah 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 whatever. It is looking for it is guys who are looking for the imbalance in the power dynamic. That's what they're looking for. Traditional wives who have the imbalance in power dynamic. That's what they're looking for. That's what passport bros are looking for. And that's their personal preference. That's fine. And if you're going overseas and you go to the village and you find the girl and you buy her a coffee and y'all fall in love and you bring her home. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. That is what it is. It's the world market of international love. Have fun, fall in love, meet your girl, do your thing. Cool. That's just like going to Poughkeepsie or Daytona Beach or whatever. You find a meet cute in a coffee shop and you fall in love and you go home and you marry Zooey Deschanel or whatever the fuck you want to do. No big deal. But if you're going overseas to the marriage agency in Longdukto, Thailand or Taipei or wherever the fuck you're going, and you're going to meet the girl that you've been matched to by the agency, that's a different thing. That is no different than Jeffrey Epstein importing your wife and you going to the island and meeting her and paying him money. You're paying $4,000 to the matching agency. Now, if she chose to join the matching agencies, like, here's my $200 check, put me in your database, here's my information, the same way you do on Match.com or what Bumble or whatever other dating service you're on, fine. That is what it is. But it's the same way when you're adopting a kid from an overseas agency. Some of those kids are fucking kidnapped. Some of those kids have been snatched out of a nursery. Some of those kids are not innocent victims of circumstance. Some of those kids have been sold to an orphanage and you're buying a baby from a baby agency in Romania. That's the danger of international human markets. And say what you will, but or mail order brides or international matching agencies or these agencies that passport bros go through are human markets. That's what they do. That's how they work. That's how they make their money. If you can't find a chick on Match.com because she's too independent or too strong-willed, and you go to Cambodia or Kenya or Bulgaria in order to find someone who's escaping poverty or who was taken from her family or who paid a matching agency $250 or whatever the number is, and you pay that agency a couple $1,000s, and a portion of that money goes back to the lady's family, and you get to have your girl. You bought the rights to marry that woman. I mean, you're trading in flesh, man. That's what you're doing. And that is unseemly. And that is entirely different than going to a coffee shop in Paris and meeting the girl of your dreams. Entirely different. Because you can meet the girl of your dreams anywhere you want to go. You can also, chum the water. That's not it. You can also seed the pond. That's the word I'm looking for. That's the phrase I'm looking for. You can also seed the pond by going to a marriage factory, a wife factory. And that's what a lot of these things are. That's what a lot of these organizations are. Some of them are reputable, but even reputable ones. How reputable is a reputable company that matches people for dating and relationships in Bangkok? You telling me all those masseuses at the Lucky Dragon massage parlor want to be there? Chose to be there? You're naive if that's what you think. There's no way in hell that's true. No way in hell. Let's go. Between the obesity rates and the... Yep. Keep going. Tell us more. There's no way to engage in a fascism versus socialism discussion by typing like this, but there's a clear political ideology versus economic. Yes, that's the really hard part, is separating the ideology versus the economic, because there is socialism ideology. There's also socialism economics, and you have to have the political policies to support the economic structure. Capitalist policies to support capitalist structure. Because we used to do antitrust to support capitalism, but then we kind of got away from that to allow companies to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, police actually is 100% socialism. Because there's also private security, which is not socialism, but splitting hairs really at that point, because you don't have to have public police forces. You can truly have private police. Hell, the city of Fort Worth had private police. The city of Fort Worth had private police for years until it incorporated and the private police force became the public police force. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, it's hard to separate the politics from the economics, because the economics drives the politics and the politics support the economics. You can't have communist economics without communist politics. You can't have capitalist economics without capitalist politics. You can't have socialist economics without socialist politics, because there are socialist policies and politics that support socialist policies. I mean, just look at the ACA, the medical insurance marketplace for 20 years, 15 years now. Has it been 15 years? 2010, 2000, yeah, let's say 15 years. They've been working to undermine the ACA and the insurance marketplaces. Without policies that support the program dies. For Jesus Christ, 80 years. For, 50 years. Let's say 50 years. For the first 30 years, it was safe. But for the last 50 years, Republicans have been working to undermine Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They've been fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting for 50 years against the expansion and growth of Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Without policies that support the economics suffer. So it's really hard to separate the two. But in order to have this discussion, you have to separate the two. You have to separate the economics from the politics, and when you look at just the pure economics part of it, even that kind of bleeds back and forth, because the pure economics, they all do this basically the same thing, and the goal is to deliver the service to the people. The difference is who benefits from the economics. Is it the people receiving the services, or is it the people providing the services? And I guess if you boil it down to the purest form, is in capitalism, the people who benefit from the services are the people providing the services. In communism, the people who benefit from the services are the people who receive the services. And in socialism, it's kind of the middle ground between the two, because socialism is designed so that the people delivering the services benefit and the people who receive the services benefit. They're both considered stakeholders in the organization, not just the shareholders who are the beneficiaries. Like in capitalism, the role of the corporation is to deliver value to the shareholders, and in communism, the role of the corporation is to deliver services to the people. If you want to boil it down to the bare minimum definition. And in socialism, the definition, the idea would be that the stakeholders, that the role of the corporation is to return value to the stakeholders. And the stakeholders are the employees, the shareholders, the community where the corporation exists, and the families of the workers, the whole ecosystem around. The stakeholders is a bigger population. And the role of the corporation is to return value to the stakeholders, not just the shareholders and not just the recipients of the service. If you were to boil it down to the bare minimum definitions. And then on top of that, you add in the politics to support those policies. That's where I'd go with that. If I were building a TED Talk, that's what I would build it as. Because I think I could probably do 15 minutes on that. Means of production. Is it just you and me now? But I see your points. I don't agree economically there's a meaningful difference between the two F's. Fascism and communism? Anyway. Is anyone saying she isn't a crazy, horrible person? I don't know if anyone isn't. But I am definitely saying she is. And I'm not willing to give her any credit yet. Conservative views are kind of anti. Yeah, she's more libertarian than conservative. She's not a grown-up in the room. I'm not giving her any credit that she hasn't earned. I'm giving her no unearned credits. None. I'm not very charitable yet. Sounds like you went out to the better boom. I'll hook you up, Bubba. I'll hook you up because we have iterations. Like every iteration, the Boomtown bourbon you got online is probably 3 generations old. Probably 3 iterations because you have the clear label. We've gone from clear label to solid label, and at least we've gone on solid label with at least a couple of batches now. But the challenge is the stuff online moves real slow. They've had that stuff there for at least a year. The stuff in the stores moves a whole lot faster. We'll stay in touch. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Look up the median income for married men, married women, single men, single women. Guess what? 3 of those groups make almost the same. Then 1 group makes way more. I'm guessing married men. No, probably married single men make more. No, married men. I'm guessing married men make more of all those groups. Married men, married women, single men, single women. I'm guessing married men make more than all of the other groups. I think that's always been before I go on to the next comments, I think that's always been like one of the best ways for men to build wealth is to get married. Get married, buy a house, have kids. Because married men tend to live longer and make more than single men. Married men with kids tend to live longer and make more than single men without kids. So it's like the best way if you're a single man, the best way to build wealth is to get married. I've heard that before somewhere. I can't remember where I've heard it. It'll probably come to me in a few days. I think in America, the power imbalance is the norm too. It has traditionally been the norm. I would agree. Traditionally, it has been the norm. I would agree with the agency thing is different. Never heard of that, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously it's different. Different scenarios, but if you go to Laos and you go to a coffee shop and you meet the girl of your dreams, then hey, you found a girlfriend, you found a wife. Congratulations, it happens. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the organic finding of love with an international woman. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, go to wherever you want to go. You meet a French Canadian beauty, you meet a beauty queen in Paris, whatever. You find love finds a way, but agency wives are, when you start working with international organizations that do this shit, you start opening yourselves up to all kinds of unseemly behavior. And that is, yep. And I've known people who have adopted kids overseas, and it seems gross a little bit. Like, you vet the organization, make sure it's a legitimate organization. You're adopting a kid from a orphanage who's been turned over by his parents, whose parents have died, or whatever it is, whatever reason it is, they've given up the custody of their kid, and you pay the orphanage for medical papers, health, all the stuff that you pay the orphanage for. But you got to be real careful because some of these places are just selling you a baby. And you buy a baby for $20,000. And it happens. And the laws in Haiti the laws in Jamaica, the laws in Russia, the laws in Ukraine, the laws in South Korea, the laws in China, they're not the same as the laws in Indiana. And you've got to vet these places to make sure you're not just buying a kid. And maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you want to buy a kid and you're fine with that. Maybe the moral equation that you make in your head is that they were going to have a shitty life in fucking Haiti and you're just paying money to an orphanage to have a kid come to America and have a better life than they would have had in Haiti. What's $20,000 in America versus a lifetime of poverty and hell in Haiti? They were going to die when they were 13. They were going to become some kind of a fucking child soldier in Nigeria or Cameroon or whatever in fucking Africa, in whatever fucking civil war they were going to have down there. They were going to be a child soldier and they were going to die when they were 14. And you're just paying $14,000 to rescue this little kid from this shitty situation in a fucking dusty backwater on the other side of the horizon. Maybe that's the moral equation that you run through your head. And you're like, you know what? I'm just doing good work. You're Oscar Schindlering this shit. You're like, this is a whole fucking person. I could buy 2 people with this watch. What is this watch worth to me when I'm buying a life and saving a life? Maybe that's the math. Maybe that's the moral equivalence that you run. That, you know, she has a better life in Houston than she would have had in Laos or whatever fucking city in Vietnam. I can't think of a city in Vietnam right now. Shanghai's in Saigon. That's a city in Vietnam. Maybe I'm giving somebody a better life. Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe that was the same math that Jeffrey Epstein was doing. You're still selling people. You're still trafficking in human beings, and it's pretty fucking gross. And it's I don't know how to square that circle. I don't know how to balance that. I don't know how to set those scales even. I don't know. And I know there's reputable agencies here in the United States where you can adopt the children, where you can find a match for your forever love or whatever. You feel fairly confident that the people on Bumble that you're swiping left or right with haven't been kidnapped and put into servitude onto Bumble to find a mate. But that's why they shut down Backpage. That's why they shut down the personals on Craigslist. That's why they shut down these entities that were basically selling escorts and connecting people with escorts and sex workers, because they were human trafficking hubs. That's why they did that. And sure, maybe you can do the math in your head that, you know, I'm just giving this person a better life. I'm helping to pay for nursing classes. You're buying and selling flesh. And it's entirely different if you choose that lifestyle. If you choose to be a sex worker, if you choose to go into that industry, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your choice. It's your body. It's your decision. Whatevs. But it's entirely different if I make that choice for you. And I make you do that. It's entirely different. Entirely different. And, God, I'm going to have to fucking shower. This just makes me feel dirty talking about it. Ugh, gross. Anyway, moving on. Change the subject, Bell. 1,000 times different than buying slave one. Yeah, well, I don't know if the agency thing is entirely different than buying a slave woman. I don't know. I don't know. I it might be 50 times different. I don't know if it's 1,000 times different. I think it might be maybe 4 times different, 10 times different, but not 1,000. Yeah, no. Passport bros meet women out. Do they always? Do they always? That's a very generous and general statement. I would like to think they do. I would like to think they do. But I've met a few of them. And they're not exactly attracting women to them. I mean, granted, I haven't met all of them. But the ones that I have met, they're not exactly... They're not what you'd call... they're not what you'd call the most eligible of bachelors. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Anyway. Once heard of a passport bro and an agency. Yep. That's fair. That's fair. That's entirely fair. Entirely fair. I mean, y'all can say it that y'all can say that it never happens, but if they were if these guys were in the business of attracting women, they wouldn't be going to Cambodia. Just saying. Just saying. It's like saying if I could get a loan from a bank, I wouldn't be going to a payday loan service. Just saying. Anyway, on with the show. Man, some of the girls, the guys who go overseas to teach English. Yeah. And that's another option. You go overseas. You're not just going overseas to find a girlfriend. You're going overseas to work and assimilate into the community and be a part of the community. You're not just going to, you're not just going for the single purpose of sex tourism or girlfriend hunting or whatever. You're going for a broader purpose. You're engaging with the community. You're being a part of the ecosystem. Yeah, that's an entirely different strategy, entirely different mindset, entirely different function. Yeah, I'm with you there. I understand. I got like 8 comments left, and then we're gonna spin the wheel. It's 2:00. All right, we got to get this wrapped up by 2:30. They aren't buying anything. The women are supporting them. Yeah, sure. Are you going overseas to an agency? It's just mail order. Well, there's different scales, different degrees, because some mail order services are not in. There's a difference, obviously, between something like Match.com and something like, whatever the mail order equivalent of Match.com would be, and an agent, something like a Thai massage place that traffics women into the Thai massage for you to find one and get a rub and tug. There's scales and differences. There's all kinds of legitimate organizations and illegitimate organizations. I'm not going to say that all mail order brides are coerced and kidnapped and sent into the job of being a mail order bride. You know, oh, goodness gracious. I mean, some are true legitimate organizations where, like I said, the bride, the client, whatever, she pays money to get put into the catalog. They put her into the catalog, and she goes off and lives her life in Baluchistan or wherever the fuck she lives, and she's planting potatoes and digging potatoes and harvesting the hay and doing all the stuff that farm girls do in Baluchistan. And then she gets the pigeon that comes in and gives her the good news. Hey, you've been matched with a suitor in the United States. Would you like to learn more? And then she writes her letter to the United States, and they write a letter back because she doesn't have a fucking phone because she lives in Baluchistan. And then, it's like, okay, this is a cool guy. I'm willing to go over there and show him the love that he's looking for, because this is basically an arranged marriage through the matchmaking agency. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. It's basically an arranged marriage. Whatever. They do what they want to do. She goes to the United States. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, then she goes back to Baluchistan and she slops the fucking pigs and plants her goddamn potatoes some more. But maybe it works out and they, bump uglies and whatnot. That's cool. Whatever. That's a whole different circumstance than some little college girl getting snatched up and sold off to a sheik in Dubai or whatever. I don't know. I'm making shit up at this point. Shit happens. The world's a big fucking scary place, and for the most part, I don't have to worry about that because I'm a middle-aged white guy, and they're not looking to kidnap me and sell me off to some sheik in Dubai. So, I'm all right. And my kids are boys, so they don't have to worry about that shit either. So, welcome to the privilege of the world of being a middle-aged white man. We own shit. That's just a mail order that doesn't ship. Well, exactly. And some agencies that are mail orders that don't ship, or they coerce their products. Dustin, you send your emails, mister. Ooh. This team coming cool. All right, I'm getting to the end of chat, and we are about to spin the wheel of doom and glory. Married women make more because they made more before getting married. No, that's not true. That's not likely true. That is a God, that is a super loser thing to say. Only men who make more money get married. Nope, that's not true. Management tends to corporations and management tend to give raises to men who are married because men who are married are perceived as needing more money to manage their households. That is the traditional fact of the way the American economy has traditionally worked. Man, you got to make more money to get married because women don't want to marry you if you don't have enough money. God, that's fucking loser talk. Sorry, dude. Sorry, but that's how it is. What's the watch? Oh, this is just a fucking Walmart watch, man. This is just a Walmart watch. This is nothing fancy. It really isn't. It is I think I paid $12 for this watch. Yeah, it's a nothing watch. I would love. I used to get just a little bit of a chub over watches, but I'm so hard on my watches; they break all the time. So yeah, this is just cheap ass watch. I think it's the third one I've had this year. I threw away my first one in January and bought a new watch in January and had that one until last month. Yeah. And it stopped working at 4 o'clock one afternoon, and I threw it out and got a new one. That's it. I don't spend more than like 10 or $12 on a watch anymore. But I try to get one that looks good. That's the idea. Wonder how far behind you are. You're caught up. I'm almost caught up. No, your boys have to deal with OnlyFan sex traps. Nah. Hey, you know, if she has an OnlyFan channel, that's fine. My boys are smart enough to know that if you pay $8 a month, she doesn't really like you. So, they either make more before they're educated or are better, or before they're married. That's not true. I would like to see the statistics on that. Married, because most married men, at least traditionally in the United States, got married before they got their first job. So that's a bullshit. That's a bullshit claim. Most men get married before they have their first professional, their first career job. The gap is 60%. Yeah, I'm not convinced. 10% raise. Who's I know what that says. It says loser. All right, we're caught up. That's the last chat. All right, time to spin the wheel of doom and glory. Did you just say married men were married before their first job? Average age for a married man right now? That is horseshit. Men are not getting married for the first time at age 30. That is horseshit. There's no way that men are waiting till age 30 to get married. On average, first marriage at age 30, that is horse shit. No way that is true. And maybe I'm wrong, but there's no way in hell the first marriage on average. Find that, Google that. Fuck that, I'll Google it. There's no way in hell that is possibly true. USA average age male first marriage. USA average male first marriage. Average median age for a man to get married, to first get married in the USA is no fucking shit. 2023, 2024, the median age for men was 30.2 years. That is fucking unbelievable, man. It was much lower in the past, 22 years in the 1950s. 22 even seems high in the 1950s. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? People are waiting till their 30s to get married now for the first time? That is insane. Women are waiting until they're 28 to get married for the first time. There's no way. There's no fucking way. That is insane. There's got to be a glitch in the data. There's no way. They got to be like just taking this sample from New York City or some shit. There's no way people are waiting till their 30s to get married for the first time. There is no way. All right, fine. Whatever. There's a whole fucking thing to unpack there, but it's 2:12 and I've got now 8 more chats to go through. I just Googled it. I looked it up. There it was. That is insanity. That is absolute fucking insane. I'll put it up there. This is the where's it at? Scenes. Is it this one? There it is. There it is. It says it right there. Is around 30 to 30 and a half years old. According to data from 2022 to 2024, the age has been steadily increasing for men over the decades and is higher than the median age for women, which is 28 to 20 28.4 to 28.6 years old. That is crazy. That is crazy to me. I mean, I knew the age for the first marriage was going up, but no way it was in the 30s. I'm going to have to dig deeper into that because I can't take that as gospel right now. I got to dig deeper into it, and it's too fucking late for me to really get into that. That'll be a topic for another day. I'll write that down on one of my note cards, and we will dig into that topic another day. How is that old to you, given modern era? That's old to me. I got married when I was 26, I think. 2001. Yeah, I got married when I was 26. So I guess that's not too out of the I thought I was old when I got married. I mean, I know so many people get married right out of high school or in their first couple of years of college, but I guess if you're waiting to get out of college and you get your first job and then you get married, but even then, 30, when you're 30, that's still your first, maybe your second job after college. It's probably not your first job, but it's probably your second job. You've probably left your first job out of college and you've started your second job by then. You're a couple of years into your second job. So you're not deep into your career. So there's the idea that men are making more when they get married, so they make more when they're married is it doesn't necessarily track. I'm not buying it. The men who are married historically get larger raises than men who are single. Men who are married get more opportunities in their companies than men who are single. Men who are married in their companies have more opportunity to grow in their companies, whether it's because the company is offering them more opportunity because they look favorably upon them, because they're married, because they think they need more money, or because they themselves hustle more because they have someone to take care of. Historically speaking, there's a whole bunch of reasons why it could be, but historically speaking, married men make more in their jobs than single men. And it's not necessarily because they start at higher. What you're suggesting, what I'm reading from your texts, from your posts, is that people who make more money are more likely to get married. And that is simply not true. That is loser incel talk. I can't get a good girl because I don't make enough money. All the girls just want to get guys who are 6 feet tall and make six figures. I just can't get married. I'm going to go find a girl in Cambodia. Fuck that. That's loser incel talk. And that's just simply not true. That doesn't track. The data doesn't track. Historically and empirically. So, no, I'm not buying that. I reject that entirely. Have I met modern women? Again, incel loser talk. Yes, I've met modern women. I'm married to a modern woman. And the thing is, if you are a grown-up boy, a whole fully formed modern man, then you really don't have a problem with girls who make money. But yeah, go ahead. It's cool. 50's normal to be single. Okay. I was almost 28. That made me a woman think. So that must make me a woman. Okay. I'm shocked that only 30 was the. I did not know 30 was the average for. But of course, I've been married for 25 years, so the world is it's common knowledge, not common knowledge. Uh, the world has obviously changed in 25 years. Women aren't marrying guys today because they. I mean, I've heard the chatter that women are getting married later, men are getting married later. Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, or Gen X and Gen Y are waiting longer to have kids, and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Women aren't marrying guys today before they prove they can make money. No, that's not true. That's what loser incels say. The reality is that women aren't looking for men to support them, and women have the tools and ability to be fully independent human beings, and they're not looking for men to provide for them the same way that they used to. And they're looking for men to be co-equal partners. So men have to show that they're able to provide and able to hold up their end of the bargain. What do they need you for? This is the part of the power dynamic. What do they need you for if they make their own money? Oh, I don't bring anything else to the table. Gosh, I guess I'll just have to go get myself a Baklavarian peasant woman who I can have power over. That's loser incel talk. So there we go. Sorry, Chief. I am married to a modern woman. She makes her own money. She actually, right now, she makes more than me. And yeah, I wash dishes. I've even vacuumed a carpet or two. We're talking dating age. Okay. We go for it. Income and being married is massively correlated. Their correlation is not causation. But yeah, income and marriage has always been correlated. And that is historically true in the history of working and tracking this data. Income and marriage has been correlated. And that's what I've been saying. Married men make more than single men. And there's a plethora of reasons for that. It's not because they made more money before they got married. It's they make more money after they get married in the same organization. And this has been tracked. This has been studied, this has been shown, and it's a combination of the company providing more opportunity, but also the individual taking more, seeking out more opportunity. It's a combination of the two, because you have someone to provide for, so you seek out more opportunity to succeed, but also the company provides more opportunity because they see you as someone who needs more, because you have someone to take care of. So there you go. Why would she? Yeah, women don't need a man to provide for them, so they want co-equal partners, so they don't want less. Oh, they don't want less. It's not just the money. It's what else do you bring to the party? And loser incels see all their value as purely protection and money, and women don't need you to protect them in modern society, and they make their own money. They don't need your money. What else do you bring? What else do you bring to the party? Are you a conversationalist? Nope. You're a loser incel. You're not a conversationalist. So what do they want? if you don't bring anything else to the table other than the money you make or your ability to protect them from ravaging bands of highwaymen, then what do they want you for? You want them to watch you play your video games? You want them to get excited about your fantasy football league? I mean, yeah. What do you bring to the table? What do you bring to the table that a woman wants from you? That's why these people go to Cambodia. Because they don't bring anything to the table that a woman wants from them. The only thing they bring to the table is their ability to protect or their ability to make money. And a mediocre dude in the United States is pretty fucking impressive in Cambodia. So they go to Cambodia because they're not impressive to a woman who doesn't need them because they make their own money. How about that? I don't think highly of Passport Bros if you haven't figured it out yet. I don't think highly of them at all. So yeah, they want men who are more educated and have more successful, but they don't, because men and women are equally educated. And that's not what they're looking for generally. Yeah, wow. God damn. Yep. I can't imagine I don't know what a girl wants from me. Yep. That's obvious. I don't even know what a girl wants anymore. Yep, that's pretty obvious. That's pretty fucking obvious. No, you said women marrying men isn't correlated. It is. No. What? No, I said men making more money. Whatever. Nobody's debating. There's higher pay for married men. Exactly. But it doesn't offset that. Okay. Sure. Wait till you see height correlates to male. Oh no, that's always been true. Yeah, height and success are. I mean, it's been common in presidential elections. The taller candidate almost always wins the election. With presidential elections, height is seen as a predeterminative indicator of success. Tall people are seen as more successful, more favorable. So are pretty people. Attractive men and attractive women are seen as they have more favorable opportunities. They're given preferences. They're given special treatment. Height is a factor in attractiveness. These are not unusual things. This is not uncommon. I hear that you were shocked at the average age of marriage. I'm shocked at the average age of marriage because I just haven't been fucking paying attention. But I mean, I've known that the average age of marriage has gone higher and higher and higher, but I thought it was around 23 or 25 or 26, not 30. But I do know the topic of average pay and basic general sociological trends. I've known that the average age of marriage was steadily increasing, but I didn't know it had increased that far. But yeah, anyway. Sure, you can't get a woman because women only want successful men. That's why. Sure. There's a reason why loser dipshits go to Cambodia. It's because they are loser dipshits. That's why they go to Cambodia. Let's spin the wheel of doom and glory. The first spin is for doom. This person will not win a bottle of whiskey. This person will be eliminated. Aw. Dustin, you have been eliminated from the wheel of doom and glory. You have successfully spun doom. Spin the wheel. And the winner is of a bottle of Vanessa Kitty, a bottle of Double Oak Rye. Vanessa Kitty is the winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I think I have her email. I will reach out to her. I will reach out to Vanessa Kitty, and she will the fact that you think I give a shit about your height and your income speaks volumes. It really does. But it's cute. It's adorable. It really is. It really is. Maybe you'll find a girl. Maybe you'll find a girl. But I'm not into that. So good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, it is 2:30. 2:30, almost on the button. That means we've been doing this since 10 o'clock. That's 4.5 hours. Thank you all for joining the party. Thank you for joining the show. Thank you for your support. Thank you for interacting in chat. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being a part of the community. I'll be back in a couple of weeks, and we'll talk about another topic that I pull out of my hat. I don't know what it'll be yet, but I have a whole stack of cards in my bag of topics that I've written down as we've gone through this. I will be back, and until then, I am and will continue to be the old humble guy, and you're not. Cheers, and good night. I should always have this teed up so that I can just close it out. There's my test pattern. Cheers, guys.